Good afternoon mga ka-CE-mates! My name is Josephine Panebe and along with my partner Romel Campos, we welcome you to the first day of our webinar series entitled EluCEdate, Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering.
And the topics for today's webinar will be Transportation Engineering and Structural Engineering. So before we start, may we remind the participants of this webinar's house rules.
Please be aware of the proper Zoom etiquette to avoid unnecessary distractions during the event. Display of improper conduct will result in the removal from the session. Turning on your microphones and videos is highly discouraged during the event to avoid disruptions. Please refrain from sending messages in our chat box while the speaker is presenting to avoid interruptions. We encourage participants to engage in the webinar activities using our chat box during our specified segments. And lastly, if disconnected during the event, kindly send a message to one of our webinar organizers.
Once again, every participant is expected to follow the house rules.
Let us now proceed to the doxology followed by the Philippine National Anthem, performed by the Tecna Harmonica Chorale.
I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you in all the lovely things so fine and true. I see you in the beauty of the flowers and the rain. I see you between the lines of a sweet refrain. I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you. Even when I'm lonely and in pain, I see you in the beauty of the stars at night. I see you in my life, I feel alright. I see you, Lord, in sorrow and in happiness. I see you in the glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you in the smile of a baby, sweet and true. I can see you in the eyes of my very best friends. I see you in these bonds, just like your love that never ends. I see you, Lord, in sorrow and in happiness. I see you in the glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day.
And now, to formally welcome us for today's webinar, let us hear from Mr. Pal Malater Domingo, the Assistant Director for Academic Affairs.
I am delivering these opening remarks in lieu of Dr. Salpa J. Briones, our campus director, who is an official business at our TUP Visayas campus. I thought I will just read her prepared speech or opening remarks, kaya lang sabi sa akin, bahala ka na muna dyan. Oh my God, what will I do? Ano ang sasabihin ko? Anyway, good afternoon to the resource persons for this webinar, to the students of the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the TUP Taguig campus, to member students of the TUPT ACES, and various civil engineering student organizations from different schools. Thank you again for the civil engineering students who organized these webinars on transportation engineering and structural engineering. This will be helpful to everyone as this will give us ideas and show the importance of this component of civil engineering. As we can see now, we need ideas, new ideas, to improve the worsening transportation problems we are encountering and to assimilate ideas in building structures that will benefit every one of us. So, everyone, enjoy your webinar, and I'm sure it will help you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pal Malater Domingo, for the welcoming remarks. And we would like to acknowledge the presence of our BSE section head, Dr. Edgar I. Gaya. Hi, sir! Hello po.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Narinig ba ako? Naririnig ako, Josephine?
Yes po.
Okay, sige. Sige, continue lang with your program. I will be attending also the webinar.
And let us now proceed to the next segment of our webinar, the icebreaker. Excited na ba kayo, guys? Type R naman dyan if ready na. Ay, may nag-Y. Bakit may nag-Y?
Mga partner.
Ayan, mukhang ready na sila, partner. Makita ko, meron tong premyo kapag nanalo.
True. Galingan nyo, guys.
Ayan,
Hindi kayo
mukhang ready
malulugi.
na lahat.
Now, may we call on the game masters to explain the mechanics as well as host on this segment.
All right, so we have prepared some fun games about the topics of this seminar to energize you all. And of course, the winners from our games will receive an awesome prize. So make sure to participate well and be ready because here is our first game. Zoomed in Infrastructure Edition. Can you guess the photo? The mechanics is so easy. A zoomed-in photo will be shown in your screen. All you have to do is guess the name of the infrastructure. As soon as you see the picture, you can type and send us your answer in the chat box. Make sure to type fast because the first to send the correct answer will win the game. Of course, wrong spelling is wrong. So before we officially start this game, mag-example muna siguro tayo ng isa to ensure na gets nyo na kung paano yung gagawin natin. So here we have our example zoomed in photo. Based on that, can you guess what infrastructure are we looking at? Kung alam niyo na ang sagot, type your answer and quickly send it to our Ayan, mukhang magagaling to. Ang daming nakapag-send ng sagot. So, but anyway guys, ito ay example pa lang, no? So, warm up pa lang. But yung susunod natin ng mga picture, yun na yung legit na game na talaga kung saan pwede kayong manalo ng 50 pesos worth of GCash credit. Ayan. So, mukhang may nakakuha na ng tamang sagot. Let us now reveal to everyone ano nga bang sagot dito. This is the Statue of Liberty. Ayan, ang daming nakakuha ng tamang sagot. So, dun tayo nag-zoom in sa part na hawak niyang libro. Diba? Ganun lang kadali ang gagawin natin. Magpa-flash kami ng photo, tapos huhulaan nyo lang kung ano yung pangalan nun. Kung alam nyo na ang sagot, huwag na kayo magpatumpik-tumpik pa. No need to wait for our go signal. So, wala nang bilang-bilang dito na 1, 2, 3, go bago magsagot. Pag nakita nyo yung peak, alam nyo yung sagot, isend nyo na agad yan. So, I think ready na tayong simulan ng ating icebreaker. What are we all waiting for? Here is our photo number 1. Ayan. So, sa ating unang litrato, kung mapapansin nyo, ano bang kulay niya? May pagka-red na orange siya, tama ba? So, sa kulay na ito, kilala, or ito yung isa sa prominent feature ng infrastructure na ito. Ayan, ang dami na agad nagsasagot. Parang di na need ng clue nito ah. Sige, meron tayong San Francisco Bridge, Golden Gate Bridge, and ayan na nga, may nakapagsagot na. So, congratulations to Paul Christian Loreto. Siya ang nakakuha ng ating tamang sagot. So sige, let's see. Ano nga ba ang infrastructure na ito? In 3, 2, 1, go. This is the Golden Gate Bridge. Ayan. Now, syempre, hindi lang tayo mananalo dito. Matututo rin tayo tungkol sa mga infrastruktura na ito. And for some facts about this bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge is a suspension bridge spanning in the Golden Gate, the strait between San Francisco and Marin County to the north, with a total length of 2,737 meters and a height of 227 meters. The construction started on 1933 and was opened on 1937. It was initially designed by engineer Joseph Strauss in 1917. The famous red-orange color of the bridge was specifically chosen to make the bridge more easily visible through the thick fog that frequently shrouds the bridge. Yan. So, congratulations, and we're done with our first picture. Wag na nating patagalin pa. Let's proceed to our next photo. Ayan, itong pangalawang picture natin, medyo mahirap-hirap to eh. Pero, mukhang kaya nyo namang sagutan. Sige nga, let's see. So, itong second picture natin, may pagka-foreign yung name niya. Especially yung first two words. So, ayan, first clue natin, foreign yung two words niya. Actually, itong first two words niya, pangalan siya ng isang former president sa Azerbaijan. Meron siyang 3 words. Yung last word niya is, ayan, center. Let us take a look at our chat box. Silipin nga natin kung may nakagets ng clue. Ayan, may nakakuha na. Congratulations to our second winner, Ron G. Layson. You won 50 pesos. Let's now reveal this photo in 3, 2, 1, go. It's the Haydar Aliyev Center. And for some additional info about the structure, the Haydar Aliyev Center is a 57,500 square meters building complex in Baku, Azerbaijan, with a height of 74 meters, designed by Iraqi-British architect Zaha Hadid, and noted for its distinctive architecture and flowing curved style that eschews sharp angles. Its construction started in 2007 and was completed in 2012 by the contractor DIA Holding. Ayan. So, ituloy-tuloy na natin to. Let's now take a look at our photo number 3. Ayan, itong pangatlong photo natin, may resemblance daw to sa isang kilalang structure din na matatagpuan sa Sydney. So, di ba sa Sydney may isang famous structure doon? Medyo hawig niya daw to. Ayun. May nakita ko yung nasa Sydney yung nasagot niya. Pero itong photo number 3 natin, ito yung kahawig niya lang, no? But pag tinignan mo kasi siya side-by-side comparison, makikita mo naman na may difference sila. Sige, next clue. Sagot lang kayo, guys. Located siya sa Delhi, India. And may kamukha daw itong infrastructure na ito na isang type ng bulaklak. At yun yung first word niya. Doon siya ipinangalan. So, ano kaya ito? Ayan. Halos same lang yung mga sagot nila no? Yung second word niya, ito yung kung ano yung tawag natin sa isang building kung saan tayo gumagawa ng mga religious practices natin. Ayan, parang may nakikita na ako na tamang sagot So, wait lang natin yung confirmation from our technical team. And habang iniintay natin yung confirmation na yan, since nakita ko naman na may tamang sagot, i-reveal na natin kung ano ang ating photo number 3. In 3, 2, 1, go! It's none other than the Lotus Temple. So, ayan, ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay si Valdez Andrea. Congratulations! And now, silipin natin, ano naman ang matutuklasan natin tungkol sa temple na ito? The Lotus Temple, located in Delhi, India, is a Baha'i house of worship that was dedicated in December 1986. Notable for its flower-like shape, it has become a prominent attraction in the city. With a height of 34 meters, it was designed by Faribor Saba and constructed by the firm Flint and Neil. And so again, our third winner, congrats, Valdez Andrea. You also won 50 pesos. And now, let's move on to our photo number 4. For our photo number 4, ito daw yung ating tinaguri ang tallest bridge in the world as of 2020. So, ano kaya yon? Bridge. Type siya ng bridge. Ayun, ang bilis talaga magsipagsagot. Sana all. So, another clue, mas mataas pa siya sa Eiffel Tower. And speaking of Eiffel Tower, this structure is also located in France. Ayun. So, yung first word niya is kung saan place siya nakalocate. Saan banda sa France kaya? This structure also stands for MV. MV. Ano yung MV na yan? Actually, may mga nakita na akong tamang sagot So, wait na lang natin. Ayan. And ayun na nga, we got our fourth winner. Congrats kay Manuel Gonzalo. Makakatanggap ka ng 50 pesos. So, let us now reveal this photo in 3, 2, 1, go! The correct answer is Milla Viaduct. Let's take a look at the next slide. The Milla Viaduct is a multi-span cable-stayed bridge constructed between 2001 and 2004 across the gorge valley of the Tarn near west of Millau in the Aveyron department in the Occitanie region in southern France. The design team was led by engineer Michel Verloju and English architect Norman Foster. As of September 2020, it is the tallest bridge in the world, having a structural height of 336.4 meters and also with total length of 2,460 meters. All right, 4 down, 1 more photo to go. Ready na ba kayo sa ating last photo for this segment? Huwag na nating patagalin pa. Let's show photo number 5. And so, marami-rami na tayong nahagip na type ng infrastructure kanina, no? We have bridge, viaduct, temple. So, ano pa bang di natin nasasagasa ang type ng infrastructure? Sa likod, may nakikitang kulay blue eh. Ano ba yan? Parang tubig, no? Tapos parang may wall. Anong structure ba to? Pag alam niyo na kung ano yung structure na to, madali na lang malaman kung anong name niya kasi ito yung pinakakilala under that type of structure. Madali lang yan, guys. Nga pala guys, kapag nanalo na kayo sa ating previous game or previous round, para naman magkaroon ng chance yung iba, sa kanila natin i-honor or i-credit yung magiging tamang sagot nila. So kahit nauna kayong makasagot, kung pangalawang beses nyo na yon, sa kanila na i-credit dun sa susunod na makakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ayan, so sa ating photo number 5, nauna daw si Valdez Andrea, pero nanalo na siya. So, napunta na to kay Coordinate Kevin. Ayan, congratulations. So with that, let's finally reveal photo number 5 in 3, 2, 1, go. The correct answer is Hoover Dam. So congrats again to Coordinate Kevin. Meron ka ng 50 pesos. So let's learn some more about Hoover Dam in the next slide. Hoover Dam is a concrete arc gravity dam in the Black Canyon of the Colorado River on the border between the U.S. states of Nevada and Arizona. It was constructed between 1931 and 1936 with a height of 221 meters and an area of 89 hectares, constructed by the engineering firm Bechtel and the architecture firm 6 Companies Incorporated. Ayan, so para sa mga hindi nanalo sa segment na ito, huwag kayo malulungkot kasi meron pa naman tayong palaro ulit mamaya. So after ng forum natin, magpapalaro ulit kami and may raffle din. So stay tuned lang kayo. So again, congratulations. Claim your congratulations to our 5 winners. Paul Christian Loreto, Ron G. Layson, Valdez Andrea, Manuel Gonzalo, and Coordinate Kevin. To claim your prize, just send us the following details: your name, year level and section, name of your university, GCash number and account name, and lastly is from what segment you've won. So for this segment, just type zoomed in and send it to our ACES FB page. I hope everyone enjoyed this icebreaker and sana rin it effectively energized you para ready nang makinig sa ating susunod na segment. With that, let's give the floor, or shall I say the screen, to our MCs.
And that's it for our icebreaker segment.
Before we get into the most awaited part of this webinar, may we remind you again of the house rules.
Please be aware of the proper Zoom etiquette to avoid unnecessary disruptions during the event. Display of improper conduct will result in the removal from the session. Turning on your microphones and videos is highly discouraged during the event to avoid disruptions. Please refrain from sending messages in our chat box while the speaker is presenting to avoid interruptions. We encourage participants to engage in the webinar activities using our chat box during our specified segments. And last, if disconnected during the event, kindly send a message to one of our webinar organizers.
Once again, every participant is expected to follow the house rules. And now to officially start this webinar, allow me to introduce to you our distinguished event speaker.
Our guest speaker graduated from the FEU Institute of Technology, Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering as a scholar. He was a May 2016 Civil Engineering Licensure Examination Board exam passer. He works as a project planner assistant in 2015.
He also became a college instructor, advisor of a college student organization, and became an admin of the Civil Engineering Department Canvas account of the FEU Institute of Technology.
He has been in the Department of Transportation or DOTR for a year and a half now. He is currently taking up a master's degree in civil engineering with a major in transportation engineering, focusing on passenger demand forecasting problems for public utility vehicles, with various knowledge in theoretical concepts of transportation planning and transportation demand analysis. And as of now, he works with the office of this undersecretary.
Without any further ado, let us give a warm round of applause to Engineer Joshua Joseph R. Rodriguez.
Hello guys.
Hello po.
Yeah. Please confirm kung naririnig niyo ako. Okay naman?
Yes, engineer.
Yeah. Before I start, I'll try fixing my screen. Nakikita niyo ba yung screen ko?
Yes po.
Hello? Okay. Yan. Okay. So, yeah, before I start, I would like to good afternoon na pala. I would like to greet everyone good afternoon and thank you for this opportunity na binigay niyo sa akin. Hindi ako tumatanggi sa mga speaking engagement, mainly because I have an advocacy to tell people especially the young generation and yung mga, well, I'm still a young part of the young generation, pero yung mga next na magiging civil engineer to look outside of their comfort zone. Kasi if you are studying civil engineering, majority of you are considering na pag-graduate nyo ng college, you will be working sa civil works, no? Gagawa kayo ng building, gagawa kayo ng bahay, gagawa kayo ng bridges. O most of you are fixated to the idea na pagka-graduate nyo ng college, magiging designer kayo and infra. And there's nothing wrong with that. Every civil engineer's dream is to have something na nandun yung pangalan niya. May building na nandun yung pangalan niya and the like. So there's nothing wrong with that. Pero there is something na merong problem yung bansa natin and kailangan para ma-solve yun is kailangan tumulong yung mga engineers natin. And we definitely need the brilliant minds of the new breed of civil engineers. And yung problem na sinasabi ko is yung problem natin sa traffic and sa transportation, no? When I joined when I considered becoming a civil engineer majoring in transportation engineering, isa lang yung tinanong ko sa sarili ko, ano ba yung gusto kong i-pursue? And para masagot yon, ang sinabi ko, ano ba yung kailangan ng bansa natin para medyo makahabol tayo sa economy ng ibang bansa. And one clear answer is to fix kung ano man yung transportation sector natin ngayon, no? So again, I would like to thank yung organizers nitong event na to for considering me. Wala akong naging previous engagements pa with your school in general, pero I'm surprised na meron kayong ganong idea na meron palang nagsasalita regarding transportation engineering. And majority kasi ng mga naging talks ko, I had a few, pero lahat yun halos na FEU. no, yung sa alma mater ko and kung saan ako nagturo. And now I'm really surprised and honored na bibigyan niyo ako ng chance to talk to you about my profession, no? Kung ano yung ginagawa ko sa buhay. Hindi pa naman ako ganun katagal, pero I can say na marami na rin ako naging experiences that I can impart to you. No, I'm working for the department for 3 years now, and yung focus namin is the road transport and infrastructure. When I say road transport, although pag sinabi mong DOTR, we're concerned with maritime, sa rail sector, yung mga tren natin, yung mga relays natin ng tren, and sa aviation, yung mga airports natin, yung mga runways natin, mga ganung bagay. Pero one facet na talagang dominated ng Department of Transportation is yung road transport and infrastructure. Under namin yung iba't ibang offices na concerned sa development ng road transportation. And I will talk on that later. And I was informed that this is sort of a career talk, di ba? So I will not dive into the details of my work per se, kung ano yung projects ko, although you can ask me those questions later on. I will focus my talk this afternoon regarding the things na kailangan nyo maintindihan sa transportation engineering, and with the hope na after my talk, some of you, not all of you definitely, but some of you will give transportation engineering a chance and look into dedicating yourself or your life's work to transportation engineering, no? So without further ado, I would like to start my talk. Okay na po ba, host? Pwede na ako mag-start na?
Yes po, of
Hello?
course.
Okay. Sige. Good afternoon, everyone. For this one, I'd like to start my talk kung ano yung ine-expect nyo, no? Pag mga face-to-face seminar. Matagal na rin tayo since 2020. Mga webinar tayo. So most of you talagang sanay na, no? Pero ito yung mga nakakamiss dun sa mga face-to-face seminar, no? Ito yung kala nating nami-miss natin. Yung engagement, yung interaction sa speakers, yan, yung mga katabi mo na hindi mo alam kung nagpipay attention talaga. Pero nakakamiss yung ganyang facet, no? Yan yung kala nating nami-miss natin. Pero ito pala talaga yung nami-miss natin, no? Kasi magka-seminar and field trip, may libreng kape, may libreng refreshments, no? So yan talaga, that's actually what I'm missing sa mga seminars natin, even kami dito sa offices. Yan yung biroan namin, no? Wala namang pamerienda sa Zoom, eh. Yung mga ganun yung namin. Yeah, but this too shall pass, and definitely I'll get to see you sa face-to-face na natin, na talk if I'll be given a chance. No? Ano pa ba yung iniisip nating na-miss natin? Ito, mas maganda kasi talaga, no, pag face-to-face seminar, sure na may matututunan ka. Pero ganyan tayo ng face-to-face. Tayo yung nasa gitna, no? Yung nag-iisip tayo ng malalim during the talk. Or sa sobrang lalim ng isip natin, wala na tayo dun sa talk. So, just a little, something to tickle your mind siguro before I start. Now, before getting into the details of transportation engineering, let us first define what is transportation engineering. Ito, hindi sa akin galing yung definition, but it is from the University of Hartford. No? Transportation engineering is, sabi dito, it is an application of scientific principles and technologies to the planning, design, analysis, operation, and management of transportation systems for a full range of modes of transportation in order to provide for the movement of people and goods from one place to another in a safe and efficient manner. No? Sobrang haba, sir, ng definition ng transportation engineering. Pero ang totoo lang, pag tinanggal mo yung engineering dyan sa term na yan, nyari sabihin mo lang transportation, ang definition lang ng transportation, kahit i-google nyo or kunin nyo yung dictionary nyo, transportation is the movement of goods and person or people from one place to another using various means which such movement is accomplished. No? Yun yung sabi ni Britannica. No? Bakit naging komplikado yung definition natin? Kasi nilagyan natin ito. Engineering. So ano yung learning natin out of that? Engineering make things complicated, no? So bakit kayo nag-engineering? Hindi. Yung engineering, dinagdagan niya ng context yung transportation. Ginawa niya, kasi sabi natin, kung walang engineering dyan, ito lang yun. Movement of people and goods. Yeah, from one place to another. Yan lang. Kung wala yung word na engineering. No? Nung nilagay mo yung engineering, kinabit mo na, ang dami mo nang in-apply na knowledge. Scientific, dapat may basis kayong sa planning, designing, analysis, and operation and maintenance. Then, ito yung call na dapat gawin mo. You have to design something which is safe and efficient. No? Ito lagi ko sinasabi. Engineer ka for these two things. Engineer ka for delivering something safely. Hindi lang as a civil engineer, no? Pwedeng electrical, pwedeng mechanical. This applies to all facets of engineering. No, ang primary goal mo or primary responsibility mo sa client mo or to anyone is to deliver what you need to deliver safely. And the next one is efficiency. Kung ito yung call mo, ito yung pananagutan mo sa kliyente mo. Ito naman, efficiency, dito ka kikita. No? You make the most out of the resources that you have. No? So ano yung takeaway natin dito? Engineering makes things complicated, pero it gives context. It gives a better view of what you're trying to do. No? So instead of thinking of transporting plainly, you have to think as a transportation engineer and achieve the goal of transporting people in a safe and efficient manner. No, I'll give an example. No, when you do transportation dati sa EDSA, okay naman nakakapag-transport naman tayo, di ba? Ng tao sa EDSA from, let's say, from MOA to Monumento. Nagagawa natin yun, pero hindi ganun ka-safe dati, nung previous. And hindi rin ganun ka-efficient kasi yung traffic, naabot ka ng 3 oras, di ba? Sabi nga nila, kung gusto nyo magtagal ng jowa mo, pumunta kayo sa EDSA. Dati, di ba? Doon kayo mag-date kasi for sure, baka nakabuo na kayo ng pamilya, hindi pa tapos yung traffic. No? Pero ngayon, medyo, I can proudly say na medyo nabago natin yung itsura ng EDSA. Kaya na natin mag-travel ng mas maikli doon sa lugar. And that's answering to the call of a safe and efficient transportation. No, so that's your primary responsibility when you consider transportation engineering. And at the end of the day, you can say na part ako ng project na yan, di ba? Kunyari transportation engineer ka, something na na-improve mo, nagawa mong mas safe, nagawa mong mas efficient, pwede mong i-flex dun sa mga kilala mo, pare, part ako ng project na yan. And that's something no one can take away from you. That pride and the joy it brings, no? Then next, ano yung mga related disciplines ng transportation engineering? So first, we have highway engineering, no? Then we have highway engineering deals with the design of highway, yung physical infra na ginagawa nyo para makapag-provide ng kalsada and everything that is related to, that is the highway engineering. Kung gusto mo mag-focus on highway engineering, baka hindi yung DOTR yung para sa'yo. Baka yung Department of Public Works and Highway. Kasi sila yung concern dyan sa highway engineering. Pero, transportation engineering ka pa rin kasi ginagawa mo siya as part of improving the transportation. The next, we have railway engineering. No, one of the safest mode and fastest mode of road-based transportation. No? Of course, fastest pa rin yung air travel, pero if you consider yung ibang bansa, yung mga long haul travel nila are often done sa railway kasi mabilis tsaka mas safe. Ports and Harbor Engineering, ito naman yung mga nagde-design ng mga ports natin. When you consider kasi yung mga ports, hindi lang yan basta may bakante kang port dyan, gawa natin ng structure. Hindi. Your goal is, di ba, yung mga ports natin, they cater to mostly mga goods, no? Yung mga cargo, mga shipment natin, dapat may enough space, tapos protected siya sa mga certain calamity. So marami kang kino-consider, no, when you're designing port. And that's part pa rin ng transportation engineering. Then next, of course, yung pinakamabilis nga na sinabi ko na mode of travel is yung airport engineering. And we've come a long way, no, sa pag-develop ng ating mga ports dito sa Pilipinas. And just read the news and check Google, access nyo naman yan, kung gaano karami yung nadagdag ng mga facilities natin and yung mga na-improve natin sa airport natin. So yung mga ganong klaseng improvement talks about the infrastructural improvement, at the same time policy development para mas maging maganda yung ating air travel. Next, we have, it will surprise a lot of people, a lot of students kasi hindi siya ganun kasikat or hindi siya ganun ka, notable as of now kasi hindi maraming industry yung meron dito sa Pilipinas. Pero pipeline engineering is also part of transportation. Kasi 'di ba, when you go back to the definition, very definition of transportation, it's bringing goods or people from one place to another. Although pipeline cannot transport people, sobrang hirap gawin nun. No, pipeline transports mga necessary goods, no, like mineral ore, mga yung mga crudo natin, it's transported to pipeline, no. It's more efficient and definitely safer kung maganda yung pagkaka-design mo ng pipe network mo, no. So this is also part of transportation engineering because it is consistent with the very definition of transportation engineering. Then I think I made it clear na marami kayong pwedeng pagpilian in terms of transportation engineering if ever na gusto nyo nga i-pursue yung ganitong career, no? So ako, wala ako dun sa kahit ano dyan, pero most likely dito nyo ako makikita sa highway engineering. Pero kasi dun sa DOTR, ang work namin sa road transport is more on policy formulation and project management. So although hindi kami nagko-construct ng mga highways, kami naman yung nag-aaral kung ang isang project ba ay dapat bigyan ng pondo, magkano dapat yung ilaan na pondo, sino dapat yung katulong natin para i-develop yung project na yun. So yun yung scope ng trabaho ko sa DOTR, no. So wala ako masyadong na-handle diyan sa 5 na yan, no. It talks about, siguro itong 5 na to and my job in DOTR talks about the versatility ng transportation engineering profession, no? So for us further understand, I'll also give you a timeline kung ano yung mga naging history, paano natin na promote or na develop pa yung transportation. So first, around, when you say transportation, iisa-isahin ko lang yung mga naging timeline, no? So first is walking. Hindi natin alam kung kailan nagsimula yan. Pero definitely, kung naniniwala kayo sa creation, nung lumabas si Eva at Adan, for sure, makakapaglakad sila. Otherwise, wala silang way para makapunta sa from one place to another, no? So walking is the pinaka-basic na mode ng transportation. And we cannot discount that. Kaya nga dapat when you design an infrastructure or a roadway, dapat lagi kang may portion doon na viable for walking. Kasi that is, pag tinanggal mo yung walkable space sa isang lugar, that inhibits yung pinaka-inclination ng tao to travel. And the most basic form of traveling is walking. So hindi ko alam kailan nag-start. Basta kung gaano katagal yung mundo, malamang gano'n na rin katagal yan. Yung earliest part of earliest mode of transportation. Next, around 60,000 to 40,000 years ago, na-develop natin. This is before Christ pa to, no, na nangyari ang early boats. So we have 60,000 to 40,000 years ago, we have developed the early boats. Then next is yung horses and wheeled vehicles around 3,500 BC. Then next we have steam engine. Dito kung mapapansin nyo, lahat to physically or mechanically ginagawa. Maglalakad, yung boat kailangan mo ng, di ba, mechanical effort, sinasagwan yan. Yung horses kailangan din ng mechanical effort from the horse. In fact, dyan nga galing yung term na horsepower, yung rating natin sa mga sasakyan natin, no. So yan yung unang tatlo, medyo inclined sa mechanical prowess, no, para makapag-transport. Then next, we have around late 1700s is yung development ng steam engines, no. Ito, nagta-transition na tayo to engines. Hindi na tayo ganun ka-dependent sa mechanical type. Then locomotives, mas malaking klase lang ng earlier steam engine. Then sawa na tayo, no? Around late 1800s, nagsawa tayo sa pag-travel by land and by sea. So, gusto natin travel naman yung kailaliman ng dagat. So it was developed, no, in submarines natin. And submarines, hindi lang siya for transportation, military defense, a lot of things can be achieved, and underwater exploration can be achieved through submarines. Then comes the aircraft, no? Yung Wright brothers, nag-experiment sila early 1900s. They defied yung long-standing belief na hindi kayang lumipad ng tao. They made an aircraft. And it was mass-produced, and it proves to be one of the safest and fastest mode of transportation. If you question its safety, i-check nyo na lang yung statistics, no? Gaano karami ba yung namamatay with aircraft na malfunction. Konti lang, very minimal. So it's still considered as one of the safest and fastest mode. Next. Next, we have the spacecraft in late 1900s. Sawa na tayo sa himpapawid. Gusto natin higitan pa yung kaya nating i-achieve. No, ganun naman yung quest ng tao eh. Noong una, nagsimula sila maglakad. Sabi nila, gusto kong i-explore yung tubig. Nag-early boats. Then sabi nila, parang nakakatamad na maglakad. Gusto ko mas mabilis, less effort. Nag-explore sila ng horses and wheel vehicle. Then after that, siguro, sabi nila, gusto pa nila ng mas mabilis, steam engine and locomotives. And sabi nila, sawa na kami sa surface exploration. Mag-subsurface tayo. We created submarines. No? Sawa na kami sa tubig at sa lupa. Try natin yung himpapawid, di ba? We created aircrafts. Then sabi nila, ayoko na dito. No? Gulo-gulo na dito. Labas tayo. So they created spacecraft for space exploration late 1900s. Transportation pa rin yan kasi it transports the people or the things na kailangan mo i-transport from the Earth palabas, o spacecraft. Now, ano yung na-develop natin in early 20th century? No? Despite of all this goodness and yung magagandang development natin, meron tayong na-discover na early 20th century na naging rampant hanggang ngayon ay na-experience nyo pa rin. No? Nakita nyo na kasi kanina nagka-error kasi ako dun sa pag-next ko ng slides eh. Pero ito yon. Sadly, as we move along, ang na-develop natin instead of a solution is a problem. And it's inevitable. Every time na nagagawa ka ng something na will progress, meron ka talagang magiging collateral. And one of the collaterals ng rapid development ng ating transportation, well, based sa road-based, no, is yung traffic congestion. And it happened early 20th century. Kasabay nung pag-improve natin ng mga motorized vehicle, no, yung sila Ford, nag-develop sila ng four-wheel nila, and everyone wants to get four wheels, no? Gusto nila magkaroon ng sasakyan. And that fad continued up until today, 2022 na, and we're experiencing tremendous problem sa traffic congestion. Pag sinabi mong traffic congestion, di lang naman yung physical na problema yung i-deal mo dyan, no? Nagkakaroon tayo ng issues with environment kasi pagka may traffic, meron ding pollution, di ba? Kakaroon din tayo ng psychological na issue with traffic congestion. Kaya hindi bago yung mga nakikita nyo nagsusuntukan sa kalsada dahil sa traffic, no? So that's yun yung mga bad effect ng traffic congestion. And that being said, nandito na tayo sa part na to, siguro mas maganda na i-consider nyo as a career kung paano isosolve yan, yung issue na yan. And of course, hindi ka naman yung makakasolve nung mismong traffic, no? But you can be a part of the solution, no? That's why you need to consider din kung gusto mo ba talaga maging transportation engineer, no? And let's look at the role of transportation in society. So sir, sige, gusto nating tulungan yung gobyerno na ayusin yung traffic congestion. Pero hindi pa kasi ko sold sa idea, sir, na yan yung makakasolve ng problema natin, no? Sa Pilipinas, or makakapag-elevate ng lifestyle ng mga tao dito sa Pilipinas. So, para ma-convince kayo, let's look at the role of transportation in the society, no? So, here's quick picture lang kung ano yung actually maganda tignan yung picture, no? Pero underneath that, alam mo na may traffic dyan, may congestion dyan, may issues, no? So in a wide perspective, in a bigger picture, ang ganda tignan ng transportation and all its development and all its majesty. Pero yung nitty-gritty details, dun ka medyo tagilid, no? So yun yung gusto natin ayusin, yung mga issues na yun, underlying, para yung picture na yan, maganda siya sa wide range, maganda siya sa bigger picture, maganda rin siya sa micro. So dalawa kasi ang transportation, macro analysis and micro analysis. No, in a bigger picture maganda siya, pag tinignan mo in finer details dapat maayos din, no? So yun yung mga gusto nating i-solve sa transportation. So ano yung role ng transportation society sa society? No, economic growth is closely knitted with transportation. So good transportation also contributes to the quality of life and advances opportunity for the people. Also, good transportation is an investment. It has its own cost, and the cost of improving the transportation can be described into two. Pwedeng direct, pwedeng indirect. Magpunta tayo dun sa first item. Economic growth is closely knitted with transportation. Pag sinabi kong closely knitted sila, ibig sabihin, hindi pwedeng iwan nung isa yung isa. If you want to improve the economy, gusto mo maging maunlad ang Pilipinas, yung bansa mo, kailangan i-improve mo yung quality ng transportation. That means kailangan mo mag-invest sa pagpapaganda ng transportation system mo. Pero, hindi mo rin naman pwedeng i-improve yung transportation mo kasi ang mangyayari doon, mababaon ka sa utang. So, dapat stepwise lang yung improvement mo. For example, at this level, napaganda ko yung transportation, it will follow na economy mo, hahabol din kasi naayos mo yung transportation eh. Now, pag gumanda yung economy, huwag ka na mangutang ulit, no? Kung mangutang ka, konti lang. Pero yung kinaganda ng economy, pwede mong additionally i-invest sa transportation. Kumbaga, pagka gusto mo pang i-elevate yung economy mo at this point, hindi pwedeng manatili sa point na to yung transportation sector. So, ang gagawin mo, improve yung economy, improve yung transportation sector, magkakaroon ka ng margin for improvement yung economy, then transportation sector. And that will be yung start, and that will spurt the growth talaga ng Pilipinas. If you look into other countries, kahit yung neighboring, wag na kayo lumayo, neighboring countries natin, Singapore, Japan, including China, may kita nyo kung paano sila nag-invest sa transportation system nila and kung paano nag-grow yung economy nila, no? And pangalawa, good transportation also contributes to the quality of life and of course advances opportunity for the people. This is evident. Kaya nga ang isa sa mga struggle natin is ang daming population, ang laki ng population dito sa Metro Manila. Kasi nandun yung magandang transportation sa Metro Manila. Pag pumunta ka sa probinsya, di ba, marami pa doon kalsada, hindi pa naaayos. So hindi rin ganun ka-accessible yung road-based transportation sa kanila. So yung mga tao, they are opting to go sa Metro Manila para ma-improve yung buhay nila. Yung notion na yon comes from the idea na maganda kasi lahat dito. And maganda lahat dito kasi maganda yung transportation. Gusto mo pumunta ng mall, 2 sakay lang. 1 sakay lang ng bus. Nasa mall ka na. May bibilin ka, di ba? Makakauwi ka, pwede ka mag-taxi. Pero kung nasa probinsya ka, tapos hindi maganda yung kalsada doon, onti lang yung may sasakyan, bago ka makapunta ng palengke, kailangan maghintay ng 1-2 araw. No? So, that somehow contributes nga, yung quality ng transportation contributes dun sa lifestyle ng tao and yung mga opportunities na na-advance. No? Then, pangatlo, good transportation is an investment. Everything, lahat ng mga gandang bagay, kailangan nag-i-invest ka. And part of that is transportation. No? It has its own cost. Wala namang investment na walang cost. Pag may nagsabi sa inyo na mag-invest ka sa akin, wala kang cost dito. tumakbo ka ng mabilis kasi scam yan. Power. Hindi ako nag-marketing. No, pero lahat ng gusto nyong gawin sa buhay na maganda, kailangan meron kang willing ibigay. And that works the same pag transportation yung pinag-uusapan. Hindi pwede mag-expect na gusto ko gumanda yung travel time ko, pero ayaw mong baguhin yung mindset mo na papagandahin mo yung road-based transportation. No? So, it goes against the grain and wala ka ma-achieve sa ganung bagay. Then the next, meron daw dalawang klase ng cost. No? Isa doon is yung cost of improving is yung direct. Ano yung mga direct? Yun yung mga ilang billion yung gagastusin mo to improve the system. Ilan yung uutangin mo. So lahat basta nalalagyan mo ng katumbas na presyo. Ang tawag natin doon indirect. Ang tawag natin doon ay direct cost. Pagka naman hindi mo natutumbasan direkta ng pera or nalalagyan ng pera yung cost, that is indirect. Ano yung mga yon? Pwedeng pollution, dalawa yung pollution, pwedeng noise pollution, pwedeng air pollution, yung sa environment impact. So those are indirect costs. Ano pa? Loss of life. No, indirect yan. Although pwede mo sabihin, "Hindi sir, kaya kong presyuhan yung buhay ko." No, chap-chapin mo ako, alam ko kung magkano presyo niyan. Hindi ganoon, no. So yung value ng human life is also an indirect cost. Bakit siya indirect? Kasi dati nung wala namang highway dun sa inyo, walang highway, so walang namatay dahil sa aksidente, di ba? Tama naman kung wala namang sasakyan doon, walang mamamatay dahil nabangga or nasagasaan ng truck or nasagasaan ng sasakyan, di ba? Pero nung nagkaroon ka ng kalsada doon, may mga records ka na ngayon na namatay dahil nabangga, nasagasaan, no? So that is also one of the indirect costs and medyo bad yung ganung klase. So paano ka magde-develop ngayon ng transportation project or paano mo i-improve? You have to weigh the consequences. Worth it ba yung i-invest ko na direct and indirect cost dun sa magagather ko na benefit out of that, no? Kasi lagi naman tayo namimili. We always have a choice. Even yung mga nagde-design ng transportation system and yung mga policy makers. You just have to choose at the end of the day ano yung mas maganda yung benefit and yung mas konti yung isa-sacrifice mo. No? So that's valuing your choices. So ganun lang yung cost of improvement, lagi mo siyang titimbangin, no? Next. Sir, sige, medyo convinced na ako na mahalaga nga yung role ko kung sakaling mag-transportation engineer ako and pumasok ako, for example, sa DPWH or sa DOTR. Pero sir, alam ko na mahalaga yung gagawin ko. Ang tanong, meron ba tayo dyan, sir? Ano ibig sabihin na meron ba tayo dyan? May mapupuntahan ba ako dyan kung sakaling pipiliin ko yan? So I'd like to talk about the CE or civil engineers in the transportation sector. Nasaan tayo dito sa transportation sector? So civil engineers are involved in these stages of transportation project. Medyo general to pero mas marami pa dyan na unorthodox yung naging role ng mga civil engineers, no? One of that is yung sabi ko nga yun sa akin, part ako ng Department of Transportation. Tapos yung role ko is more on the policy side, coordination and management. So hindi siya ganito ka dive dito. Pero siguro kung fresh grad ka or starting your career in transportation sector, ito yung malamang na 5 bagay na makapasukan mo, no? So una, transportation planning. Analysis yan kung dapat bang maglagay ng kalsada dito, no? So everything starts with a plan. So yung mga transport planners, sila yung nag-identify na sige, lagyan mo na ng kalsada, sige, itayo mo yung gasoline station dyan. There's such a thing na kailangan mong i-comply bago mo mapatayo yun. Tinatawag natin yung traffic impact assessment. And part yon ng transport planning. Kaya nagkakaroon ng medyo malalang traffic sa ibang lugar, lalo na sa mga rural areas. Kasi yung mga projects doon, hindi siya dumaan sa yung iba, hindi dumaan sa masusing pag-aaral, no? So ano yung klaseng pag-aaral yon? That is the traffic impact assessment. Gaano kalaki yung magiging impact nito sa existing traffic, gaano kalaki yung magiging impact nito sa environment, and gaano kalaki yung magiging impact nito dun sa social status ng lugar. So, socially, ma-uplift ba niya yung buhay ng mga tao or mapahirapan lang niya? So, part dyan nung transport planning. And dyan nangyayari yung pagtitimbang na sinabi ko kanina, yung pagtitimbang ng cost ng improvement of transportation. Then, pangalawa, after mo mag-plan, so convinced ka na kailangan gawin, kailangan i-undertake yung project, you have to design the facilities. And yan, mostly, yan yung medyo mas kabisado natin. Design ng kalsada, design ng port, design, basta lahat na may kinalaman sa civil works, civil engineer yung magde-design nun. Kaya yung paper mo doon sa kontrata di ba? Next, yung construction mismo. Sa DOTR, baka nasa ganitong side ako, yung construction and civil works. Although hindi ako yung mismo magmamason, hindi ako yung maghuhukay, pero ako yung nag-evaluate, nag-check kung ano yung progress and kung on track ba kami sa schedule. So yun yung ginagawa for civil works. And usually, pagka transportation engineer ka and pumasok ka doon, marami ka kasing mako-contribute doon sa project. Kaya mo kasing maggawa ng bar chart, kaya mo mag-check ng variation, kaya mo overall mag-check ng design, tas kaya mo rin makita kung ano yung impact ng design na yon doon sa overall traffic. No? So, medyo malawak yung magiging scope mo kung sakali. Then number 4, operation and management. Siyempre, kailangan pag natapos mo yung construction, kailangan maayos yung pag-ooperate mo. And sino ba yung kukunin nila para makatulong sa kanila to operate and manage the asset? Kunyari, port yun. Siyempre, kung sino yung nag-design din or kung anong klase ng tao yung nag-design din. Di ba? Kung ang nag-design yan, civil engineer, of course, ang nakakaalam ng magiging sakit niyan, civil engineer din. So, pwede ka rin pumasok doon sa part ng operation and maintenance. Periodic operation and management yan, no? So, pwedeng alam mo kung paano papagalawin ng maayos yung transportation system, kaya kanila kukunin doon. No, laging sasabihin yan, engineer, nagkaroon tayo ng problema dito. So, anong kailangan namin gawin? Ikaw nag-design yan eh. So, tulungan mo naman kami, paano? Diba? So, doon, magkakaroon ka ng trabaho under operation and management. Good example niyan sa sa mga airport, 'di ba? So kunyari may kailangan na i-manage na infra doon sa airport. Hindi naman tatawag 'yan ng mga business manager 'di ba? Kukunin pa rin 'yan yung civil engineer. Yung nakakaintindi nung infra itself, no? Then finally, maintenance of transportation infrastructure. So baka ma-confuse kayo doon sa 4 and 5. Possible na na-interchange ko. Yung operation and management, yun yung most likely regular management and operation, day-to-day basis. For number 5, maintenance to. Ito yung mga periodic. Kunyari, every quarter, kailangan mo i-check yung infra. Every year, kailangan mo siyang i-check. Kasi kung hindi mo i-check yun, masasayang yung asset mo. Ma-overuse mo yung facility without improving it or maintaining it. So, pag nangyari yun, sayang yung in-invest mo. Remember, may direct cost ka na nilagay dun sa project. So kung hindi mo siya i-maintain, you will get back dun sa direct cost na yon and baka mas malaki pa yung cost of creating a new one compared sa cost, kunyari, periodically i-maintain mo yan. Di ba? Take for example na lang sa sasakyan, di ba? Every 5,000 kilometers, nagpapa-change oil ka. Bakit mo ginagawa yun? Hindi naman sira yung sasakyan mo. Di ba? Bakit mo ginagawa yun? Kasi mini-maintain mo yung asset na meron ka. So yun, syempre, civil engineer din yung kailangan doon. Ikaw nga nakakaalam paano ginawa yung infra. So ikaw din yung kukunin nila para malaman nila paano natin i-improve or i-maintain yung infra. No? So that is your work. So far, di ba? Marami naman. Kumbaga, kahit lahat nga kayo, 220 kayo, lahat kayo mag-transportation engineer. Mawalan ako ng trabaho pero okay naman. Lahat kayo mag-transportation engineer, sa dami ng pwede nyong pasukan at dami pwede nyong gawin, hindi talaga mawawalan ng trabaho. So there's future dyan sa transportation sector. No? So eto na lang, bigyan ko na lang kayo ng clear example. Sige sir, convinced na kami at this point. Kunyari na lang kunyari convinced na kayo at this point. Parang gusto ko na mag-transportation engineer. Tapos maikipag-meet ako kay Engineer Rodriguez, tapos sabihin ko sa kanya na big shot na ako, no? Na sinunod ko yung payo niya, nag-transportation ako. Tapos, gumanda yung buhay ko. Di ba, nakakaiyak, iki-KMJS natin yan, o sakali. Pero kung sakali lang, no, ano talaga yung pwede kong pasukan? Graduate na ako, sir, or mag-OJT ako, Saan ako pwede? Ito yung mga pwede mong pasukan dito sa Pilipinas. So, una, syempre, hindi na tayo kapaligoy-ligoy pa. Doon sa amin, no, may mga hiring kami, may mga job posting kami. Department of Transportation. Ano yung role ng Department of Transportation? Coordination, planning, policy making, no? More on that, siguro pwede niyo naman i-search ano yung primary objective or primary responsibility ng Department of Transportation. Possible kasi na ma-confuse nyo yan. Sobrang daming department. May Public Works, may MMDA, may DOTR, may LTFRB, LTO pa, di ba? So baka ma-confuse kayo. So pero kami more on policy kami and development of new projects. So yan yung ginagawa ng DOTR. Next, yun nga, sinasabi ko kung mas inclined ka sa infrastructure side pero gusto mo pa rin maging involved sa transportation, you can join the Department of Public Works. Pero doon ka pumunta sa improvement ng road o kaya ng public works pero sa kalsada. Kasi marami nga, since public works yan, merong mga schools, public hospitals, no? So doon ka magpunta sa development ng kalsada. May mga may mga subsector ang DPWH na pwede mo pasukan. Then you can be involved in the development of transportation. Then next, we have MMDA. MMDA naman, policy making, policy development, sila rin yung nag-check ng overall traffic dito sa Metro Manila. Pero limited lang yung scope nila, of course. Sa metropolitan lang sila. So pagka sa Cebu, wala nang MMDA dyan. No? Sa Davao, wala nang MMDA. Pero yung sakop nila kasi, since nasa Metro Manila ka, nasa capital area ka, pwedeng i-adapt yung mga policies na gagawin nila sa Metro Manila sa other provinces or sa Visayas and Mindanao. Of course, kung may gusto kang i-develop sa Visayas and Mindanao and nauna yung Metro Manila, pwede mong gawin na kunin ko na lang yung ginawa nila doon and we take the best practices gawin natin dito. So malaki pa rin yung impact ng MMDA although nandito lang siya sa Metro Manila. So these are a few baka sabihin nyo, sinabi ko ito lang. No, ito lang yung example. Marami pa kayong pwedeng pasukan na ibang mga agencies na baka ma-involve kayo. There's LGU. Yung LGU nyo, usually meron yan traffic unit, di ba? So sila yung nag-handle ng traffic and transportation dun sa local government level. Sir, ayoko ng government. Medyo hindi ako inclined sa government. Anong pwede kong gawin? O di magturo ka na lang. Yun yung una kong trabaho. Nagturo ako sa FEU. There's always the inclination to academe na pwede mo kasing ituro kung ano yung nalalaman mo doon sa isang bagay. So, kunyari, transportation engineer ka, nag-masters ka in transportation engineering, hindi magturo ka. No? Then last, private practitioner in a form of a consultant. So kami, sa mga project namin, hindi namin lahat naaaral yan. Kailangan namin ng mga experts. And yung mga experts na yon, they come in a form of a consultant. No? And sa atin na lang, malaki bayad sa consultant. No? So, syempre, kailangan pag-aralan ng isang bagay. And yung knowledge na makukuha mo doon and yung advice na makukuha mo doon, malaki yun. Malaking bagay yun sa'yo and malaki rin yung willing ibayad sa kanila. So, okay, maging consultant. Yun nga lang, medyo high risk kasi sobrang dami na gustong mag-consultant, dapat you set yourself apart from that. And medyo tight yung competition pag sa consulting business ka. Pero sinasabi ko sa inyo, okay, yung consulting business. No? So, hindi ko madidiscuss yung iba dyan kasi hindi ko naman siya pinapractice. Aside from this, yung teaching. Pero that is very straightforward Gusto mong mag-teaching, edi mag-apply ka sa school kung saan ka graduate or other schools. No? So, I will not discuss more on the Department of Transportation na lang yung i-discuss ko. So, what do you expect? Kunyari, napili mo, na-convince mo ako, sir. Meron kang nabigay sa akin na message na gusto kong i-pursue yung transportation. Gusto ko rin dyan sana sa office niyo, sir. So, anong i-expect ko pagpasok sa Department of Transportation? So, bibida ko lang kung saan ako nagtatrabaho ngayon. So, Department of Transportation, dati itong DOTC, Department of Transportation and Communication. Then, pinaghiwalay siya ni President Duterte, ginawang Department of Communication, then Department of Transportation. So, kami yung naging part nun, yung isang side nun, ng DOTC. So, Department of Transportation, eto yon. Dito ako nag-work sa una, sa road transport. Sa road transport, under namin yung IAC, under namin yung LTO, under namin yung LTFRB, under namin yung Toll Regulatory Board. No? So, kami yung nag-i-improve ng mga policy, pero hindi namin ma-implement yun on our own. Ipapasa namin yung implementation dito sa mga agencies na to. No? So, sila yung sangay pa ng road transport and infrastructure. And of course, yan yung picture niyan kasi yan yung project na hawak ko, yung EDSA busway. So kung nag-i-EDSA kayo, tapos private car yung gamit nyo, baka galit na galit kayo sa akin kasi sarado na yung mga U-turn, no, sa gitna. Pero kung commuter ka, siguro makikita mo yung difference nung dating sistema na walang busway na sa ngayon na meron ng busway. Faster, safer, and mas may disiplina yung pagbaba at pagsakay ng mga tao. And next, under naman din is yung maritime sector. Under niya is yung marina. No? So, parang ganun lang din yan. Policy development sila. Then implementation will be the marina. Then next, we have the rail sector. Ito, baka ito mas sikat sa inyo kasi ito talaga. Every now and then, nakikita nyo, may nag-i-install ng girder, di ba? Kung CE ka, talagang yun yung hahangaan mo eh. Di ba? Makakita ka ng may nag-i-install ng girder, pipicturean yung likod mo, tapos pwede na ilagay sa Instagram. Future engineer, mga ganun. So, yung feeling ko, yun yung talagang alam nyo. Ito kasi less glamorous yung tingin, no? So, yan, transportation, under pa rin ng Department of Transportation yan, the rail sector. And ito yung mga private counterpart nila, no? Metro Rail, yung sa MRT, then yung LRMC, yung sa LRT. Yun, sila yung private na nagmamanage. PNR, of course, siguro naman nakasakay na kayo dyan. Then yung LRTA. No? More on policy development din sila. Tapos implementation and yung regular na operation, etong mga to. Mga touch agencies nila. Then last is yung aviation, no? Yung airport. And ang nag-implement is yung CAAP. Pero under pa rin yan ng DOTR. And ito, again, policy development, the DOTR, aviation sector. Then for implementation, we tap yung CAAP. Meron pang ibang agency, OTS, Office of the Transportation Safety. So sila yung nag-check ng mga infra natin kung tawag dito, pasado ba sa safety standards, no? So kung may mga threat, sila rin yung nag-step in. Meron ding hindi ko nalagay dito, pero meron din tayong OTC, Office of the Transportation Cooperative. Sila naman yung nag-handle ng concerns ng mga drivers, ng mga operators. No? Kasi kailangan merong bridge between the government and the private operators and drivers. And that is the OTC. No? So I think that concludes everything. Sabi ko nga, this will be an overview para kahit papano maintindihan nyo ano yung ginagawa ng civil engineer sa transportation sector. In a sense, ma-inspire kayo na baka gusto nyo rin i-consider yun. No? At the end of the day, ano lang naman yan eh. It's finding your role in the society and making the most out of it. No? So kung doon yung role mo, di doon ka pumunta. Di ba? Pagka nga tinatanong ako, ba't ka nag-transportation engineer? Tinatanong ko sila, bakit? May kilala ka bang transportation engineer na naghirap? Siyempre, sasagot nila, wala. Bakit? Kasi wala silang kilalang transportation engineer. Ibig sabihin, sobrang konti lang ng transportation engineer. Dalawang bagay lang naman yan eh, di ba? To be good at what you, kumbaga, para makilala ka or maging maganda yung buhay mo dun sa pinili mong trabaho, dalawa lang yan. It's either ikaw yung pinakamagaling dun sa field na yon, or konti lang yung field na, yung tao sa field na yon, and wala kang choice kundi ikaw yung maging pinakamagaling doon, di ba? So, kung wala masyadong CE na nagtitingin sa transportation as of now, take advantage. Kasi konti lang eh, di ba? Kumbaga parang, di ba, lagi nga natin biro, top 10 ako. Bakit? Kasi 10 lang kami. No? So bakit mo pipilitin maging top 1? No? Mahirap nun. Sa isang field na sobrang dami nang nagpa-practice, edi maging top 10 ka na lang sa field na 10 lang kayo. No? So, pero nag-grow na rin yung transportation sector. So maybe take advantage of the timing. Maging transportation engineer ka para pagdating ng time na sikat na siya, nandun ka na. Maganda na yung footing mo dun sa dun sa arena na yun. No? So before I end, I would like to give you this final word. No? Progress requires you to move from where you are right now to where you want to be. And that's pretty much a definition of transportation. So hindi mo pwedeng paghiwalayin yung salitang transportation sa progress. If you want progress, focus on transportation. No? If you focus on transportation, inevitably you'll get progress. So yun lang. Thank you everyone. I hope you learn something out of this talk and bring something to you pag-graduate nyo. I hope to see familiar faces dito na mag-a-apply sa DPWH, DOTR. No? Kung makita nyo ako, tawagin nyo ako. Sabihin nyo, sir, kasalanan mo kung ba't nandito ako. No, sana, yun yung ano ko. Yun yung wish ko. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for that relevant talk, Engineer Joshua. I have learned a lot, syempre, like, yung meaning ng transport, na sobrang simple lang, tapos nilagyan ng engineering na naging komplikado. But it gives a suitable and advantageous idea in having good transport. And having a good transport is an investment, sabi nyo nga po. And feeling ko maraming pera talaga sa transport kasi hindi nauubos ang work. Yun po.
And I am
Basta sa tama mo kukunin yung pera, Miss Josephine.
Yes,
Maraming pera pero sa tama mo kunin. Huwag kang pupunta sa sa dilim, kung sa liwanag. May pera pa rin doon.
And I am sure that the participants also learned and are now ready to ask questions regarding our topic. Kindly send your queries in the chat box below by first stating your name and section followed by your question. So, engineer, while waiting for the participants to key in their queries, allow us to read first the questions that we have consolidated and gathered from the participants during the registration. So, engineer, our first question will be, among the projects that you have been part of a transportation engineer, which one do you think is the most challenging project you have encountered?
Okay. First, I'll give you yung idea ng mga naging role ko sa DOTR. Una, part ako nung POV modernization team. Yun talaga yung pinasukan ko. And doon, pag sinabi mo kasi yung POV modernization, ang idea lang ng tao, papalitan yung mga lumang jeep, gagawin bago. Hindi lang yun. There's more than meets the eye. Ang dami mo kailangan ayusin bago magawa yun. Actually, that's the last step na gusto natin ma-achieve. Mapalitan yung mga luma. Pero meron kang policy development, meron kang training ng mga tao. No? Kasi yung problem natin sa public transportation dwells more on the mindset ng mga tao. Mindset ng driver, mindset ng passengers, mindset ng commuting public. Kahit yung mga naglalakad na mga tao dyan, kailangan mong i-shake yung mindset nila. So yun yung una ko naging role. Pangalawa, I've been a part of the, kasi civil engineer ako, sabi ko nga sa inyo, onti lang. May dumating yung time na sa road sector, ako lang mag-isa yung civil engineer doon. No? So for a time there, wala silang matap for the Greenways project. Hindi ko alam kung aware kayo dun sa Greenways project. So I've been also a part of that Greenways project. Yun yung mga tawag dito, mga footbridges na siguro yun yung pinakamagandang footbridge na makikita nyo sa EDSA, the Greenways project. So you can search that in the internet. Hindi ko naubusin yung oras nyo para i-discuss yun. Then the third one, of course, meron ka pang mga side projects, yung mga development ng policy along the way. Then the third, and yung current na hawak ko, the one that I would like to say that I'm leading is yung busway project. No? Busway project is yung sa EDSA. Ginawa natin na punta sa gitna yung bus from the curbside. A lot of people will, and to answer your question, siguro ang sasabihin ko na pinaka-challenging sa akin is yung EDSA busway. Kasi I was put on a leadership part for that project. And a lot of people considers na yung busway ay madali lang naman yung ginawa nyo sa busway. Ganun yung mindset, di ba? Ng ibang tao. Nilagay nyo lang sa gitna yung bus. pero hindi nila alam yung details na kailangan pagdaanan bago natin malagay yung bus sa gitna, no? And bago malagay yung mga station sa gitna. Ang daming opposition diyan. Sasabihin nila na ayaw nyo kasing pagbigyan yung tao, mahirap na nga yung pandemic, pinahirapan nyo pa, doon pa kami sa gitna sasakay, na sobrang limited ng stops, di ba? So a lot of things happened along the way na muntik na hindi matuloy yung project. But with the leadership nung secretary namin, of course alam niyo naman, Secretary Togade yun, and leadership nung undersecretary namin, si Undersecretary Pastor, naayos naman namin and nairaos namin yung project and we're currently developing it. And I would like to say it's one of the highlights ng career ko dito sa DOTR. And to be a part of that is challenging, most challenging as I consider, but at the same time, most fulfilling. Kasi pag nakita mo, nagda-drive ka sa EDSA, nakita mo, shit, pardon the word pero parang ganun talaga yung reaction. Shit, part ako nito. Di ba? So parang ganun parang kayo nga, di ba, pagka makita kayo sa TV, pinagkakalat niyo sa magulang niyo, ma, nasa TV na ako, sikat na ako, kasama ko si Kuya Will. Kaya ganun. Hindi, pero ikaw, as part of the team na bumuo ng busway, pag sinabi ng mga kaibigan mo na, Josh, saan ka sa DOTR? Diba, sa road sector ako. So alam mo yung EDSA project. Kaya, proud ka doon. Kasi, kulang na lang sabihin mo na akin yan, di ba? Pero a lot of things happened dun sa project na yon that made me realize na mahirap nga yung trabaho, pero fulfilling. Lahat naman ng trabaho mahirap Kailangan mo lang piliin anong hirap yung gusto mo, di ba? So, I think that solves yung question. It's a busway. Most challenging for me.
For the next question po, what safeguards do you use to avoid mistakes in your job and how do you handle instances when the project didn't go as planned? What safeguards po do you use to avoid mistakes in your job?
Safeguards?
Yeah.
Okay. Safeguards, ibig sabihin yung mga contingencies, no? Of course, sa lahat naman ng bagay, hindi mo maiiwasan na magkakaproblema ka. So, lagi ka may plan A, plan B, plan C, no? Pero since nasa policy development kami and project development, ang lagi namin nagiging safeguard is yung mga nandyan na rules and regulations. So, pag procurement, meron tayong GPPB, no, yung rules sa procurement. Pagka design, meron tayong mga previous projects na na-accomplish na gagamitin natin for this project para hindi na siya bago. So you don't always have to come up with a unique idea to solve your problem. You just have to check on the previous ideas and fit it dun sa current problem. Kumbaga, ikaw, nagsosolve ka ng algebra. Hindi ka naman iimbento ng bagong method for solving algebra, di ba? Unless you're genius. And I have nothing against that. Pero kung normal ka lang na tao, kamukha ako, pag nakaka-encounter ako ng problem, the only safeguards na ginagamit ko is yung existing rules and regulation. Di ba? Audit rules, budgeting rules, everything. Basta governed by rules. Meron na yan. Kailangan mo lang i-check. Then another is yung previous accomplishments. Kasi sure ako na nag-work sa ganitong project, tapos yung project ko medyo ganito yung dating, mag-work din to sa akin. No? So those are the safeguards. Again, pagka nagkaroon ng problema doon, tawagan mo yung boss mo. Musingin mo yung tulong niya. Kasi it's beyond your control Sinundan mo yung safeguards, binase mo na sa tamang practice, nagkamali pa rin, hindi mo na kaya yan. Tawagin mo na yung boss mo. No? Kasi at the end of the day, siya pa rin naman sasagot ng problema mo Di ba? So, yun yung mga safeguards ko. Plan A, follow the previous project. Plan B, follow the standards. Plan C, call your boss. So, yun. Yan yung aking safeguards.
So, thank you, Engineer. So, next question po tayo. Galing po sa chat box po natin. So, galing po kay Alcabasa Aaron Rex. So, aside from building facilities or infrastructures that can resolve the traffic of a certain community, what other suggestions do you have to lessen the traffic congestion in the Philippines?
Grabe, ano ba to? Presidential debate ba to? Parang Ang hirap ng tanong mo, Rexa. Pero that's a good thing na it's coming from a student, di ba? Sabi nga ni Madam Lenny, I'm not promoting. Kailangan daw i-improve pa yung bike facilities. Tama yon. We have a project, active transport project. And the only thing na makakapag-solve ng problem ng traffic is to discourage people from using their private vehicle. No? The only way to discourage them from using their private vehicle is to give them options. Ano yung options natin? Active transportation. Improvement of public transportation, nang sa ganun, ma-encourage sila na gamitin yung public transportation. Di ba? Meron niyang illustration, alam ko nakita niyo na to, na pagka lahat ng tao, say 50 tao, nagdala ng sasakyan, traffic talaga. Pero yung 50 na yun kaya sa isang bus. Diba? So that's one thing na ginawa ng department. Binigyan sila ng option ng mas magandang facility dito sa EDSA. So sorry yung inclination ko EDSA kasi yun yung project ko. So since ini-improve natin yan, meron din tayo sa ibang lugar, Quezon City, nagpo-propose na magkaroon ng rapid transportation, bus rapid transportation. Sa Cebu meron din, sa Davao meron din. So tina-target natin Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao and yung mga highly urbanized area, magkaroon ng efficient transportation. And yan din yung goal nung POV modernization. We have the route rationalization para gawin na yung transportation natin ay mas efficient, may encourage yung tao na mag-public transportation na lang instead of bringing their cars. Pangalawang option is to have them use the active transportation mode. Yung mag-bike sila, mag-scooter sila, diba? So all those things na may isip nila na ay last resort ko na yung pagdadala ng aking sasakyan. Siguro kung marami na lang akong bitbit, dadaling ko yung sasakyan ko. Pero kung kailangan ko lang naman mag-show up sa work and yung computer ko nasa office naman, di ba? Why not mag-bike na lang ako papunta sa trabaho, di ba? Magiging fit na ako, makatulong pa ako sa congestion, hindi pa ako malilate. Kasi hawak mo yun hawak mo yung oras mo Kung gusto mong dumating na mas maaga, di pumadya ka ng mas mabilis. No, kung hindi naman, ayaw mong pawisan, di chill ride ka lang, sabi nga nila. So yun, isa pa yun. But then last, siguro, in the bigger picture, pwedeng i-develop yung ibang lugar para magkaroon sila ng city center, magkaroon sila ng trabaho dun sa lugar na yun. Ang tawag dun is decentralization. So tanggalin mo yung lahat. Bawasan mo yung focus sa Metro Manila para ma-relieve yung tension ng Metro Manila papunta sa ibang lugar. So yung mga nakatira doon, hindi na pupunta ng Metro Manila para magtrabaho. Diba? Ako, personally, taga Laguna ako, pero pupunta ako ng Metro Manila kasi nandun yung office namin. Pero one good thing about the pandemic is nabuksan yung mata natin na pwede palang mag-work from home, di ba? Kaya palang mag-aral sa bahay, although hindi pantay-pantay. Pero for sure, 2 years now, medyo nakaka-adjust na kayo. And yung nawala sa kalsada ng mga workforce, estudyante, nakatulong yon para ma-decongest yung mga kalsada natin. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, first 2 days ng lockdown, nagbiyahe kami sa EDSA para mag-inspect. Sobrang pwede kang maglakad sa gitna ng kalsada. Tapos humiga ka doon, hindi ka masagasaan. Unti lang ng sasakyan, no? So, yun, malaking bagay din yung na-decentralize yung Metro Manila. Na-try na natin in a form of remote workforce, yung work from home. So, yun yung bagay na siguro pwede natin pagtutunan ng pansin aside from infra. So, para nga maging honest, hindi talaga infra yung sagot. You can improve the infra, pero may mga bagay ka pa na pwedeng i-improve bago yung infra. No? So, yun lang.
Tama ka dyan, sir. Another question po from Gerald P. De La China from CESEP 4A. Good afternoon po, engineer. As far as we know, the current administration was the one who started the project about Metro Manila Subway. May I ask you po if you have an idea or if you become a part of that project? And if that's the case, can you share with us the progress or development po?
Sorry, minute ko yung isa. Sorry to tell you, hindi ako part ng Subway project, no? Pero I know yung development niya actually started way back. no? Kasi may mga reference naman na tayo on how to do the subway project. Hindi ko lang ma-share kung ano yung experiences ko kasi hindi nga ako naging part doon. Pero subway project is parang one of the great feats na possible na makuha ng Department of Transportation in terms of infrastructure development, 'di ba? Sino ba mag-aakala na kaya pa lang maglagay ng subway dito kung binabaha naman tayo, 'di ba? So yung mga ganong facet ng project na solve siya eh. No? So let's wait and see. Pero baka siguro kung matatapos yung subway project, baka nagtatrabaho na kayo nun. Kasi medyo malaking investment to and matagal to bago matapos. And medyo maselan. Maraming bagay yung nangyayari na hindi nyo nakikita. No, kasi sa planning stage pa lang, inaano na yan eh. Tinitest na yan kung magsastand yung idea kahit maraming maging issue. Of course, yung securing of budget, approval ng mga NEDA and other agencies para ma-approve yung project. Lahat ng bagay na yan, pagdadaanan ng project na yon. And for the subway project to materialize, ibig sabihin, pinagdaanan niya lahat ng mga bagay na yon. And good as implementable yung project. Kaya yan nakalusot. No? So, what I can share to you regarding subway project is that yung project ay pinag-isipan, kamukha ng lahat naman ng project natin. Yung project ay pinaghirapan, kamukha rin ng ibang project natin. And yung subway project ay ginastosan. Baka mas malaki pa compared dun sa lahat ng mga naging project natin. So, might as well give that project a chance and put your support on that project siguro. Yun yung ma-share ko as of now. Yun lang.
Thank you, Engineer Joshua. For the next question po, do you think increasing designated public buses with assigned routes while decreasing private vehicles will solve the traffic problems experienced in the Philippines?
Definitely. So if I will to summarize your question, sinasabi mo na dadamihan ko yung public transportation tapos oontian ko yung private cars. Definitely. Kasi 'di ba, sabi ko nga kanina, kung yung 50 na tao, lahat 'yan magdadala ng sasakyan nila. And usually kung meron ka sasakyan, hindi naman kayo mag-share unless magka-carpool kayo. Pero at most, yung sasakyan, 4, 5 lang yung kayang dalhin. Whereas yung bus, isa lang yung bus pero kaya niyang dalhin 50. 'Di ba? Minsan nga masama to, pero minsan nga overloading pa yan eh. Mga 70. Hindi niyo sa akin narinig yan. pero yun nga, may mga ganung bagay. Pero ngayon wala na yun eh kasi in-implement natin yung seating arrangement dun sa bus. Pero compare mo na lang yun, 'di ba? Engineers naman tayo dito. So alam nyo kung pag sinabi ko na mas marami kang nasasakay sa ganong sasakyan versus mas maraming sasakyan tapos onti yung sakay. If you do the math, it will really decongest a lot of our roads. And public transportation is really the key. Improving that and encouraging people to use that. Parang isa siya sa magiging antidote natin sa traffic congestion talaga. Yun lang.
Thank you. For the next question po, from Marvin. Engineer, do you already have plans or projects to improve public transportation, such as rerouting and proper implementation, or making better traffic rules? Stanley Kulaway, sagot sa traffic, smooth, umibig.
Tama yun sa tanong. Yung muna ka magko-comment, okay ang smooth umibig ha. Pagpatuloy mo yan. Magagamit mo yan sa buhay. Na naman sa question mo on rerouting, it's not rerouting itself. It's route rationalization. No, more than rerouting, it's rationalizing the route. Pag sabi mo rationalizing the route, ina-assign mo yung mga sasakyan na dapat tumakbo dun sa ruta using hierarchy of modes. Kung masyadong kunyari may route A, may certain passenger per hour per direction dyan. Passenger per hour per direction is usually the measure kung gaano karaming tao yung sumasakay. For example na lang, ganito karaming tao yung sumasakay dito. Dapat ang ilagay mo bus kasi masasagot niya yung demand. So kung bus yung hinihingi ng ruta, huwag ka maglagay ng jeep. Kasi ang gagawin mo lang doon, dadamihan mo yung jeep. Isa-saturate mo na naman yung volume ng kalsada. So more than rerouting, ang sagot talaga is rationalization. And I'm happy to tell you na part yan nung Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program. Pag chinek niyo yung Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, hindi lang siya changing of units. May kita nyo na nandun yung core nun is yung overall improvement. And with overall improvement comes the rationalization of the route. And that is one of the key dun sa PUVMP. Kaya suportahan nyo rin yung PUVMP. Pag may nakipagtalo sa inyo, ay yung PUVMP kasi iho, hindi kasi maganda yan kasi mawawalan ng mga jeep, yung mga jeepney driver. Baka yun lang kasi yung tinignan nila. Kaya nila nalait yung project. So if you were to be if you were to be wiser than them, check out ano yung buong project, ano yung buong parts. Kasi marami yan eh. May mga moving parts yan. May mga micro details yan. So tingnan nyo yung mga micro details and makikita nyo na hindi lang pala siya nakaangkla dun sa idea na papalitan natin yung bus units. Kasi ganito na lang yan eh. Ganito na isipin nyo. Traffic. Tapos pinalitan ko lang yung bus units. May nagbago ba sa traffic? Di ba wala? Di ba? Papalitan ko lang 50 bus. Papalitan ko ng 50 bus pa rin. Pinaganda ko lang eh, pero wala naman nabago sa traffic eh. Di ba? More on the planning aspect talaga yan. So kung paano natin babawasan yung dami ng mga buses, paano natin babawasan yung dami ng mga jeep in a way na masasagot pa rin yung demand while keeping the supply very, very lean. Yun lang.
Thank you, Engineer Joshua. For the next question po, galing po kay sa ACES President po namin, si Reginald Bodegas. Good day, Engineer. Aside from bus po, do you believe rin po ba na one of the major solution to lessen traffic congestion is providing more trains and railways?
Yes, yun yung sagot. Yung maikling sagot. Pero kung major solution ba yung tawag doon, I'm not sure na major siya. Again, bago mo masabing best or major solution ng isang bagay, kailangan mong pag-aralan. So I'm not in the position to say na yan yung best, yan yung dapat na focus natin. Kailangan pag-aralan yan. So, paano mo pag-aaralan yan? Kunin mo yung idea na sinabi ko kanina na ang transportation ay investment and meron direct and indirect cost. And i-weigh mo. At the end of the day, isipin mo, pag naglagay ba ako ng relays dito sa rutang to, magkano yung gagastusin ko? Ano yung magiging impact nito versus kung maglalagay ako ng bus lane dyan sa rutang yan? Di ba? So kung nakuha mo na mas konti yung gagastusin sa bus lane, mas konti yung magiging indirect and direct impact ng busway, edi yun yung gamitin mo. Or kung mas wise na gamitin yung rail, edi yun yung isipin. Pero kung isa siya sa solution, Kung major siya or best siya or dapat ba siyang pagtuunan ng pansin as of this moment, kasi timing is also necessary, yun yung hindi ko masasagot directly kasi kailangan yung pag-aralan. Pag may nagsabi sa inyo na, hindi, sure ako, yan ay best solution. Huwag kayong maniwala ulit. Walang tao makapagsabi na sure siya hanggat wala siya ng data na pinag-aralan niya na mabuti at nasabi niyang sure siya. Kunyari, tinanong mo yung kainuman mo, di ba? Pre, may usapang inuman. Pre, palagay mo ba, pag naglagay ako ng relays mula sa school hanggang dito sa garahe ng bahay ko, maganda ba yung solution yun sa traffic? Siyempre, sasabihin ng lasing mong kaibigan, pre, maganda yun. Di ba? Pero maniniwala ka ba doon? Siyempre, hindi. Kasi wala naman siyang data to back up yung claims niya. So, again, solution siya. Pero hindi natin masabi kung major yan or best solution yan or dapat pagtuunan agad ng pansin. So, yun lang yung sagot ko na.
Thank you po. And another question po. What are your thoughts about making alternative routeway like the Pasig River?
Sorry? Alternative?
Routeway po.
What do you mean by that? Gagamitin yung Pasig River para para gawing mode of transportation? Mayari, ferry, ganun? Kasi as far as I'm concerned, meron na tayong ferry system sa Pasig River ngayon. No, Pasig Ferry. Hindi nga lang ganun nagagamit. Pero kung alternative, parang wala namang ibang parallel yung Pasig River eh. Talagang siya lang yung magli-lead sa'yo from majority of EDSA going to other parts of Metro Manila eh. Siguro sagutin ko na lang yung tanong in terms of i-rephrase ko yung tanong. Kung naniniwala ba ako na Pasig River Ferry System is an efficient mode to decongest EDSA? Baka ganun yung tanong eh. So if yun yung tanong, I believe so. Kasi we have to take advantage of our existing resources and Pasig River is not a liability, it's an asset. You have to understand that. Bakit? Kasi marami siyang, di ba, halos lahat nadaanan niya eh. So kung ma-maximize natin yung ferry system dyan, maayos natin, mapaganda. When I say maayos, mapaganda, ibig sabihin, mapaganda mo rin yung Pasig River. No? So I believe na yung sagot doon is, oo, it will decongest some parts of Metro Manila, yung road traffic, kung magkakaroon ka ng other options. Kasi nga sabi ko kanina, para maging maayos yung transportation or ma-convince mo yung mga tao na wag mag-private vehicle, kailangan mo silang bigyan ng option. And having that kind of option will not really harm you. It will give you another thing to consider, and choices is always a good thing. So having choices are always a good thing. So yun yung sagot ko dun.
Thank you, Engineer, for the last question po. If dams have an expiration date and will be removed voluntarily in around 100 years, what is the end day of the skyways that we have in the metro, or do they have an end day?
I cannot say kung ano yung end day ng mga skyway natin. Pero lahat naman ng bagay may lifespan, di ba? Lahat ng bagay may expiration date. That goes the same dun sa mga infrastructure natin. Kung 100 years ba yan or 200 years or 50 years, hindi ko masasabi kasi hindi ako naging part ng design. Hindi nga infra yung trabaho ko eh. So medyo pseudo civil engineer ako. More on policy talaga ako. Pero ito yung masasabi ko regarding that. Lahat ng bagay kaya nilang ma-achieve yung maximum lifespan nila kung properly maintained and managed. So what I encourage you to do, instead of thinking kung ano yung, kasi ito na lang trivial yung idea na magkakaroon ka ng idea kung gaano katagal ang lifespan ng isang bagay. Trivial yan. Pag sinabi kong trivial, ito yung mga bagay na magandang alam mo pero hindi naman makakatulong talaga sa buhay mo. Kumbaga, maganda siyang baon sa inuman. Alam mo ba, pre, 100 years ang ano. Parang gano'n. Okay yun. Pero ang isang mas magandang bagay na tuunan mo ng pansin is ano yung mga pwede mong gawin para ma-attain mo yung maximum lifespan. And the only way to do that is to design the system properly. So kung sure ka na ang skyway ay designed properly, maintaining or attaining the engineering standard, sure ka na malaki yung chance niya na ma-attain niya yung maximum lifespan niya. Pangalawa, dapat meron kang maintenance strategy. Maintenance strategy, ano yung best na gawin pagka nagkaroon ng ganitong problema? Kunyari, nagka-earthquake ako. Nagka-earthquake dito. Ako talaga no? Ako yung gumawa. Hindi ako. Kunyari, nagka-earthquake sa Pilipinas, tapos natamaan yung skyway. O sa Metro Manila, natamaan yung skyway. Hindi yan papadaanan agad nung administration ng skyway. Baka nga pati yung ilalim, hindi padaanan eh. Bakit? Kasi they have to check ano yung naging damage, ano yung naging extent ng damage, and paano ko i-maintain in such a way na hindi ko kailangan i-tear up buo yung skyway, pero magamit ko yung existing asset and ma-improve ko yung structural integrity niya para tumagal pa siya sa susunod na 20, 25, 50 years. No? So at the end of the day, focus on what you can do to attain the maximum lifespan instead of stressing ano yung maximum lifespan. No? Siguro stressing the maximum lifespan, magagamit mo lang yan pagka nag-check ka na kung magkano yung aabutin ng gastos mo. No? So, yun yung comment ko on that. Ang dami ko masyadong sinabi. Gusto ko lang sabihin sa'yo na hindi ko alam. Wala akong sagot dun sa tanong mo. Hindi ko alam gaano katagal yung buhay ng skyway. I have to be honest on that.
Thank you, Engineer Joshua, for entertaining the questions given by the participants. I am positive you have enlightened our minds exceptionally by sharing your insights concerning adversities that are to be encountered in our chosen path and field of work.
And now let us proceed to the awarding of e-certificate.
The Association of Civil Engineering Students proudly presents our appreciation to Engineer Joshua Joseph R. Rodriguez in sharing his valuable knowledge in today's webinar, EluCEdate, Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering.
Given this 5th day of March, year 2022, signed by our department head, Dr. Emmanuel Ferrer, our section head, Dr. Edgar Aygaya, our ACES advisor, Engineer Jenny Bisiba, our ACES president, Reginald Bodegas, BSc ISEP 4A Class President Charmaine Dumayago, and BSc ISEP 4B Class President Wency Valiente.
Thank you, guys.
May we ask the participants to kindly open your cameras for our photo documentation po.
So please keep your cameras on po as I go through the pages. I'll start taking screenshots na po. First page muna. Smile. Okay, second page. Smile. Third page. On yun na yung camera nyo, guys. Fourth page. Fifth page. Sixth. Seventh. Eighth. And last page na po. Okay, thank you.
Once again, thank you, Engineer Joshua Joseph R. Rodriguez, for taking time out of your schedule to be the guest speaker at our webinar. So before we proceed to our next speaker, we will be having a 5-minute break.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Engineer.
Thank you rin po. Kasi sa 185 na participants dito, ang dami, ang dami. And may nakikita ko, unfamiliar names. So, mga taga-san po kaya sila? Bibigay kami ng shoutout, guys. Di ba, partner?
Tama ka dyan, partner.
Chat na lang po kayo sa URS. Ayun, no?
URS Morong.
URS Morong.
Morong.
Shoutout.
Si
Shoutout
Rachel.
PLBians. PLBians, pamantasang lunsod ng Valenzuela. Am I right?
Ito galing kay Jonaline de los Santos. Shoutout po sa Marinduque State College.
Shoutout kay Neil Cruz, kung sino man siya.
Cute mo, no? Uy, cute mo daw, Pin. Cute daw ng host.
Dalawa tayo. Romblon State University, wow, ang layo. Thank you ha. Thank you for attending our webinar.
Meron tayong student from EYAC Cavite. Hello sa mga taga-EYAC Cavite.
Shout out po kay Ayeza. Char. May pa Char po.
Meron tayong taga-Romblon State University.
Tayo, no? Marinduque, Valenzuela, Romblon, Morong. Shoutout po. Jerry Marcelino from PLB. Shoutout sa iyo from Allen O. Clarito. Ano? Dami nagpapa-shoutout, partner. Shoutout mo din.
Shoutout kay Jay Chavez ng Marinduque State College. Galing kay John Carl Licon. Kinoutout nila yung isa't isa. Shoutout kay John Carl Licon din. Galing kay Jay Chavez.
Guys, pa-change nga po pala ng format ng name nyo dito sa Zoom. Last name, first name, tapos yung school. School, last name, and first name. Like, PUP Taguig, Josephine, Panyaba, Josephine. Yan. Pasya.
Pa-shoutout daw kay Jan Marini Fabros. Sige, mamaya may pa-burger tayong lahat.
Shout out po kay John Kevin Cordenete. Si Kevin.
Let's go, BSUSF 4A.
Shout out guys. O may isa pa, shoutout daw kay Bruce Babasa. Shout out.
Ayan, and we are back, guys. Welcome again to our 2-day webinar series entitled EluCEdate, Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering. So before we continue to our next part of our webinar, allow us to remind you again of the house rules.
Please be aware of the proper Zoom etiquette to avoid unnecessary disruptions during the event. Display of improper conduct will result in the removal from the session. Turning on your microphones and videos is highly discouraged during the event to avoid disruption. Please refrain from sending messages in our chat box while the speaker is presenting to avoid interruptions. We encourage participants to engage in the webinar activities using our chat box during our specified segments. And lastly, if disconnected during the event, kindly send a message to one of our webinar organizers.
Once again, every participant is expected to follow the house rules. And now for the next segment of this webinar, allow me to introduce to you our distinguished event speaker.
He graduated at Holy Angel University as Most Outstanding College of Engineering and Architecture student and has completed the academic units for his master's degree in structural engineering at the Mapua University. Currently, he is a board of director in the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers Angeles City chapter.
He is a review instructor at various civil engineering review centers and is a guest lecturer and professor at Holy Angel University, teaching mathematics, hydraulics, geotechnical engineering, and structural engineering subjects.
He started his career in structural engineering as structural design engineer at C Squared Associates. He established his own structural engineering firm thereafter. Now he is the chief engineer and consultant of the company.
Aside from those affiliations, he is a licensed civil engineer with the distinction of being the top 3 in his board examination with a rating of 96.5%. He is the author of the best-selling review book for civil engineers entitled Civil Engineering Review Black Book.
Without any further ado, let us give a warm round of applause to Engineer Kimwell Suyat.
Thank you for that very wonderful introduction. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you guys. Allow me to share my screen so that I can share my presentation with you. Okay guys, so I will be introducing to you the art of structural engineering in my talk today. So structural engineering, it is the art of doing things possible. Okay, so as structural engineers, it is our first duty to ensure that all erected buildings will comply and will be able to safely resist all anticipated gravity and lateral loads. So whatever needs to be done in order for the building to remain standing in order for it to serve its purpose for its intended useful life. So we are the one who is in charge in making our society a livable place and a workable society. Okay, so I'm Engineer Kim Suyat, and I am the owner and chief engineer of Reinforcement Consultancy and Design. We are a structural engineering firm. I placed third in the November 2013 board exam, and I'm the author of Civil Engineering Review Black Book. So allow me to introduce some of these things to you in order for you to be familiar with the things that are being done, or with the things that you're about to expect when you take the practice of structural engineering. Okay, so this is my company, Reinforcement. So as I've said, we are a structural engineering firm. Thank you also for introducing my book. This is my book, Civil Engineering Review Black Book, and we are now on its 4th edition. Okay, so allow me to play this video. Okay. So right now, Black Book is in its 4th edition, 3rd edition. So okay, so and also we have a book for structural engineering. It is called Red Book. So hopefully by this year, it's already in the 3rd year of its making. So 3 years in the making. So the target date of completion is this year. And then, so these are some of the things that we are doing, or in reinforcement. So we have been able to provide the structural design for a 33-story commercial building. We are also able to design hospitals. This one is in Dipolog. Also, this long span process located in Lucena. We are also doing government buildings. This one is government complex in San Simon. This one is Pampanga Provincial Hall. So another hospital in Lubao. This one is in Fort Calamba. Aside from doing structural design of buildings, we are also doing a structural engineering firm. We are also doing a structural audit and investigation of existing buildings. So the purpose of which is to identify potential use for the next several years, and to identify safetiness and the structural integrity of existing buildings if they are still capable of resisting its or supporting its intended loads. So this one is warehouse located in Atlas or Toledo, Cebu, wherein you can see that the columns are already being eaten away by the chemicals, whereas the rebars are being exposed due to this effect. We are also doing structural investigation of buildings. This one is my alma mater. This one is also already presented. We're also doing this one is structural analysis of Santa Clara building or the hospital, Santa Cruz General Hospital. We're also doing the structural audit and investigation of heritage structures. This one is a church in Apalit after the earthquake, 2019 earthquake. This one is a warehouse in Santo Tomas, Pampanga. So aside from structural analysis and structural investigation, structural engineers are also capable of doing structural retrofitting and strengthening works for buildings deemed unfit to be or deemed to be not fit to be capable of supporting its intended loads. So the previous one, this one is retrofitted using carbon fiber. For this one is retrofitted using concrete jacketing. So another retrofitting using carbon fiber. This one is another retrofitting using beam jacketing or concrete jacketing. So I have presented to you some of the things that we are doing or that we have done a structural engineering firm. Now I want you to understand what is structural engineering and what is the specialization all about. Okay, so structural engineering, in simplest term, it is the science and art. So there is an art in structural engineering, wherein you attempt to identify the most economical and the most efficient structural system without compromising the structural integrity. That itself is a form of art, of designing and making with economy and elegance buildings, bridges, frameworks, and other similar structures so that they can safely resist the forces to which they may be subjected. Okay. So the key word there is it is a science and art of designing. Why is there a need for structural engineering? Okay, so I want you to ask yourselves, why is it that structural engineering is inevitable in our daily lives? First question is that all forces, or we have forces in nature. Okay, we have wind, we have earthquake, we have gravity, and we have soil, we have water, we have rain. We have all of these forces. In fact, all of these forces can be categorized in just two. It's either a push, or it's either a force is a push, or a force is a pull. Now, with all of these forces, there must be some way to prevent these forces from damaging our materials. In essence, aside from number one, we have forces in nature. That's why there is a need for structural engineering. Number two, we have material capabilities and limits. Okay, if all materials, or if there exists a material in nature with a high rigidity and with an infinitely high modulus of elasticity, therefore structural engineering is not needed. Example, if we have an infinitely rigid material with a very, very high modulus of elasticity, we can erect towers up to the moon using just a matchstick, if that matchstick has the strength of that material. But that is not the case in our real life. In a real world scenario, all materials are bounded by their material limits called de Young's modulus. So all materials have their limits in terms of tensile and compression limits. And that is why there is a need to identify what is the smallest or what is the least possible material in order to safely carry a tethered structure. There goes number three. So number one, we have forces in nature. That's why there is need for structural engineering. Number two, we have material limits in terms of strength. And number three, the need for economy. Okay, so why is there is a need for economy? For example, in structural engineering, if we can just use for example, a very, very big material in order to safely carry a building, then there is no need for structural engineering. But the truth of the matter is that all materials in Earth, okay, are limited. So even if we are talking about recycling, there is a certain limit on the materials that we can acquire. And therefore, there is a need to be able to determine the precise amount of materials needed for a certain structure. And also there comes cost. Aside from the limits of materials, there is also a factor of cost. We have to understand that as materials grow bigger and higher in quantities, the price for these materials go higher also. Okay, so there is a need for structural engineering because of those three things. A force in nature exists, materials have limits in strength, and number three, the need to provide cost-effective structures. Okay. Now, structural engineering is just a baby science. It's still a baby science. Why? 4,000 years ago, I want you to understand that 4,000 years ago, the tallest building that man has erected are the pyramids of Giza, or the Great Pyramid Giza. It stands at 137 meters tall. That was 4,000 years ago. Now, fast forward to the present day. Our tallest building, Burj Khalifa, is 840 meters tall. So what does that mean? For a 4,000-year gap, we're only able to increase the size of our buildings 6 times. So that is how baby the science of structural engineering is. We're not able, the time it takes for humans to build tall buildings is not proportionate to the height of the buildings that we are doing. So imagine 4,000 years ago, and we just accomplished 6 times as high. Okay, so structural engineering is still a subject of constant research and constant understanding due to every day there is new knowledge in engineering materials being discovered, and there is a new technique being discovered in strengthening and fortifying buildings. Okay, so what are the challenges? Okay, the challenges for structural engineers are as follows. Number one, there is a constant update and evolution on structural codes due to stronger earthquakes, typhoons, and even terrorism. Now, our basis for the design of our buildings is referenced in the National Structural Code of the Philippines. But that is not the whole scenario. I mean, there is also a design that is not code-based, but we will not talk about that right now. What I'm trying to say is that aside from the code being updated, due to the presence of new faults being discovered, stronger winds being adopted, and even terrorism being considered. Say, for example, NSCP 2010 has a wind speed of 250 and 300 kilometers per hour. But after the effects of Yolanda, structural engineers were able to increase the wind speed up to 340. And now there is also an impending pending discussion to increase further the wind loads in NSCP due to our experience with Typhoon Odette. So as we have greater understanding of the forces in nature, as faults are being discovered, as typhoons are getting stronger, we're able to update our structural code. And also terrorism. Now, if you're from, I'm sure you are familiar with the September 2001 tragedy at the World Trade Center, New York, whereas terrorists attacked the Twin Towers and it led to a progressive collapse. Now, some revisions in the code already included blast-resistant design, performance-based design, and this one designed against progressive collapse. So tall buildings right now are being designed to resist progressive collapse. They are we as structural engineers, we are trying to prevent similar the scenario of Twin Towers, which we call pancake collapse, in happening again. Another challenges, aside from there are challenges due to new forces being discovered, there is also a constant update and evolution of structural engineering knowledge due to the presence of stronger material, or due to the development of stronger materials. Number one, very high strength concrete. Okay, so 1 decade ago, just 1 decade ago, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 psi was unachievable or unobtainable. But right now, Whole Sim Cement is claiming that they are capable of producing up to 13,000 psi concrete. Okay, but the price difference from but right now 13,000 psi concrete is not yet feasible. Why? Due to the high cost of production of 13,000 psi. Number two, there is also an increase in the grade or the tensile strength of reinforcement or reinforcement rebars. So few decades ago, the strength that we are using are just 40 ksi, or that just corresponds to 278 megapascal. But right now, we are erecting buildings as high as grade 60 and grade 75. And also, we are also using carbon fiber reinforced polymer in the strengthening of buildings. So just like what I have shown you previously, we're also doing membrane fabric, stud rail, buckling restraint braces, outrigger, belt truss, super columns, and then various dampers. Outrigger, this one is a beam that is about the same size as a one floor in a building. So you can just imagine how big that beam is. Okay, so this one is what I'm talking about, reinforcing using carbon fiber. Carbon fiber has a tensile strength of around 2,800 megapascal. So compare that to around 400 megapascal of steel. This is around 7 times as high as the strength of steel, but less thicker or less thinner, or but very much thinner. Carbon fiber reinforced polymers just less than a millimeter thick. This one is the one I've talked a while ago. This one is the development of buckling restrained braces. This one we have used in the retrofitting of one of the buildings where we were commissioned to retrofit. So this is an ongoing works. This one is also the use of high strength cementitious grout. With a cementitious grout of this one has a strength of 12,000 psi. So this one is used to repair a column joint. So this one, for the left side is the damaged part, and this one is rectified using a high strength, low viscosity cementitious grout. Now, other challenges. So aside from the two I have mentioned earlier, presence of or new forces being discovered, new materials being discovered, there is also new methods and techniques being discovered. Number one, top-down construction. So this one we are already doing it in the Philippines. We're in constructing basements. So in the usual sense or in the conventional sense, what we do is we excavate it as a whole, then we erect the basement at the lowest level going up. But a top-down construction, you will erect basement from the top, then going down. Basement enclosure, a very deep foundation, precast construction, post-tension structural steel, restoration of tilted buildings. So a few years ago, what was being post-tension were just concrete. But right now, we can post-tension or we can pre-stress structural steel. Precast construction is also an area of outstanding development and research nowadays. Whereas if you're familiar with the things that walls are being precast right now, slabs are being precast right now. So this is a new development because of the ease of construction. Okay, so precast construction is now an active area of development here in the Philippines because number one, it is less messy. On-site fabrication and pouring is very messy. That's why there is a high preference for precast construction. Tilted buildings are also being restored right now. Okay, so the ease of restoration of tilted buildings right now it has also become easier for structural engineers. Okay, so other challenges. The need to build super high-rise buildings due to rising cost of urban land. So as many developers are acquiring more land, and as the cost of land spiraling very, very high right now, developers and owners are being challenged to erect tall buildings in order to recuperate to the high cost of land. Okay, so in order to have a high rate of or profit, so the need to design the most cost-effective structure without sacrificing safety and efficiency. So developers want high-rise buildings, tall buildings, but they also wanted to save. Okay, so those two are the challenges for structural engineers. How will you design a cost-effective structural system without using too much materials? Okay, so you have to balance those things as structural engineer. Of course, you have to make it safe. And how do you make it safe? You make it with a good size. You provide a good size for structural members. You provide a good, high strength or high rebar strength. But also you have to consider the cost. Okay. Opportunities for aspiring structural engineers. These are the opportunities. Bullish economy, inspiring big and established developers to continue building tall and large structures, and upcoming developers finding their niche in the industry. So right now there is an active race to be right now developers in the Philippines are racing against building the tallest building in the Philippines. So each of them has an entry for their tallest building. So we have Gramercy Residences, PBCom Tower. Okay, so there is a race against developers in erecting tall buildings. Number two, foreign companies outsourcing their work to local engineers and architects and detailers. So there's also an high demand for structural engineers outsourced by foreign consultants. There's also an ongoing massive development in the Middle East and China and elsewhere, providing attractive package to experienced local engineers. Okay, so if you want to work abroad, there's also a high demand for structural detailers, structural designers abroad. Other opportunities. There are also a lot of foreign companies establishing local companies. Okay, creating job opportunities to local professionals. Okay, so recently there is a ASEAN Engineer Accreditation wherein foreign companies are capable of providing opportunities to local engineers. Okay, so there is also there is a large number of foreign companies who employ for our local engineers. So we have Hyder, we have Arcadis. They are perhaps same company right now. There are Floor Daniels, etc. Exodus of experts and well-trained professionals, creating opportunities to newly graduate engineers to land a job easily even after graduation. Okay, so right now, as we all know, even if there is a high cost right now of building materials, the construction work is still booming. Okay, so when there is construction, there is a need for structural engineers. Whenever there is construction, there is a need for structural engineers, and not just like that. If you remember a while ago, I presented to you the concept or the process of structural investigation. As long as there are old buildings, structural engineers are needed. Okay, why? Because buildings age, and as buildings age, their materials deteriorate, and as their materials deteriorate, the structural integrity of buildings decline. That's why as buildings age, there is also a need for structural auditors and structural investigators to provide for strengthening needs. And lastly, local consultancy firms willing to take and train newly graduate civil engineers. I am the chief engineer of one local consultancy firm, and there are also a lot of consultancy firms that are willing to train and hire newly graduate civil engineers in the practice of structural engineering. Okay, so future career paths for those who want to try structural engineering. So you can be, of course, number one, you can be a lecturer or a professor. Number two, researcher. I forgot to mention a while ago that prior to being a structural consultant, I was a structural structural engineers also have can be employed by researchers. Okay, there is also a high. Excuse me for a word. Okay, so there is also a high demand for researchers in the practice of structural engineering. We have the OST and other research-based organizations, universities, and companies. Aside from that, you can be a structural designer or a consultant. Currently, this is one of the things that we are doing. We provide structural design services and structural consultancy services. You can also be a bridge design engineer. Okay, so mind you, the practice of structural design in buildings is very, very much different in structural design of horizontal structures. So as a horizontal structure or structural design engineer for horizontal structuralized bridges has a very different knowledge and understanding to structural designers of buildings. You can also be a specialty contractor. So what does a structural contractor does? Specialty contractor provides specialty services like retrofitting of honeycombs, repair of concrete structures, strengthening of buildings, etc. You can also be a retrofitter. Okay? Aside from that, you can also be a structural investigator. Okay, so a structural investigator, how it differs to forensic structural engineer. So perhaps there is an existing building and you want to identify or investigate the cause of or the probable cause of failure of that building. The engineer deals with already collapsed buildings. So you will be as forensic structural engineer, it's your task to identify the potential on why did the building collapse. And of course, this one is high appeal, especially to millennials like you, freelancing work. Why? Because this a structural designer, you can provide freelancing work, which means that you are able to escape the day-to-day life or from the rat cycle, what we call the rat cycle in the industry, wherein you will just go from 8 to 5, from Monday to Friday, and repeat that until the day you retire. So freelance work gives you the energy to do work at your own time, at your own pace, and at the comfort of your own home or of your own place. Okay, so freelance work you can earn what regular employee earns in depends on how known you are, on how fast you do things, on how capable you are. Okay, so these are the career paths for a potential structural designer. Now, I also want to take this opportunity to warn you that structural engineering practice is currently being exploited. Why? As structural designers like you, for example, if you pass the board exam, you are now capable of signing and sealing plans, which means you can now have structural liability or civil liability to buildings. Now, that's where the problem is. As newly passed civil engineers, we are easily tempted by money. For example, some guys will pay you just a meager amount of money in order for you to sign their plans. Okay, so that is happening in our society right now, and that is damaging the practice of structural engineering, because as you all know, the cost of structural engineering is affected by market demand. So if there exists some individuals who are lowballing their fees or providing their fees at the whim of these abusers and exploiters, then the whole practice of structural engineering is affected. Now, mind you, as per our handbook, if you are tasked to as a structural engineer, what is the rightful amount of fee that you should be able to expect? This is not being taught in schools. Okay, so I want you to understand that as structural designer, you need to have at least know what is the value of your work. So I'm sure you are familiar with the professional fee of architects. Architects will charge 10% of the construction cost, okay, as their professional fee. For that is, of course, that includes engineer's fee. So you can just imagine if we have a residential house, a 3 million residential house, the rightful fee for that is 300,000. Now, how about structural designers? So structural designers can charge 1 to 3%. That is according to the old handbook. So, for example, for example, a 3 million house, the minimum professional fee that you can charge is 30,000, as up to 90,000. So that is so you can just imagine how young people like you are being exploited by these exploiters. They will just ask you to sign this plan, and then they will just give you per sheet. Mind you, structural engineers, we are not being paid by per sheet. We are being paid by either construction cost or by do you call this one, or by area. So allow me to show you the ASEP handbook right now. So for a while. Okay, so let me just. Okay, so this is the new rate of now of the structural designers. Okay, so projects up to 1.5 million, the minimum. This one is the new the provided guide on how structural designers should charge. So, for example, a project is up to 1.5 million or less. So that the minimum fee should be 40,000, etc., etc. Okay, so as of course as the project cost goes higher, the project or the professional fee for structural engineers also goes higher. This one table is for according to construction cost, and the table below is according to floor area. Okay, so for example, if you have a 500 square meter total floor area, you multiply it by 400. So how much is that? 500 times 400. Okay, so that is 200,000. So that is according to total floor area calculations of professional fee. So you should be paid. You should be paid 200,000. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so what's the problem now? The problem now is that the market is being disrupted. This should be the professional fee of you guys. Ito yung pinag-aralan ninyo. Ito yung ipinasa nyo sa board exam. Ito yung dapat na ibayad sa inyo. Now, every time I talk to students, I want them to realize that the action of just one, will affect the entire structural engineering industry. Because if a single person is willing to dive way beyond, so imagine you will be the rightful professional fee for you for a simple bungalow house should be 40,000, and some exploiters will just pay you 5,000, 3,000, 2,000. If there are engineers who are accepting that, then market is disrupted. Why? This is unenforceable. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that you cannot dictate a law with regards to market prices because it defeats the purpose of open market. Okay, now an open market is driven by how much a consumer is willing to pay and how much a seller is willing to accept as payment. Now, of course, if there is a milk tea that offers 10 pesos and there is a milk tea that offers 100 pesos, but of the same quality, of the same standard, so people will go to the lower price. So that's what I'm telling students. Okay, so if we will just you should be avoiding the trap of being exploited, because number one, it benefits, of course, your exploiter, and number two, it disrupts the market of the structural engineering practice. Okay, so then we continue with my presentation. Okay, so that's for the warning. Okay, so why will you go to structural engineering? Number one, so we have, of course, income potential. So I have shown you a while ago what is the income potential. If you are able to design 3 buildings in 1 month, so that means you're just working 3 days in 30 days. And if you're able to charge the rightful amount, so 40,000 times 3, that will give you 120K for just 3 days of working. So there is a high income potential for structural designers. Okay. Now, pursuing a passion, of course, it's not always an income. For me, before I am charging hundreds of thousands to clients, the first thing that that encouraged or that pushed me to pursue structural engineering is passion, because I wanted engineering is my passion ever since. Okay. So if structural engineering, you're fascinated with math, you're fascinated with numbers, you are fascinated on how buildings are being designed, constructed, and they are being able to resist loads. So perhaps structural engineering is the right path for you. And of course, if you have the skills, okay. So knowledge is I want you to understand that knowledge does not equate to skill. Okay, it does not mean that you are knowledgeable in theory of structures, you have flat 1 in reinforced concrete, or you have 100 in steel design, that you have the skills already. Okay, so skills is acquired in constant practice. Okay, so you need constant practice, you need constant study. So skills is the applied knowledge. Okay. So if you have knowledge and you're not applying it, you're not gaining skill. Okay, so if you have the skills. Now, if you do market research, well, number one, you have to ask yourself, is there a need for structural engineering services? The answer is yes. I have explained a while ago. We have a high construction boom here, not just here in the country, but of course elsewhere. And as long as buildings exist, as long as buildings deteriorate, there is a need for structural engineering. Now, who needs it? Of course, all people needs. If an owner wants to build a home, okay, so of course he will need to go to professionals, and one of those professionals are structural designers. So as long as there is someone who wants to build a home, wants to build a building, there is a need for a structural designer. Now, existing homeowners need a structural designer. Why? Number one, if they need to renovate a building. Okay, as an essence, you cannot renovate without the checking of a structural designer. You cannot just cut columns, you cannot just cut beams. Okay, so there is that, and that's why we need to educate also other people. Okay, so aside from educating them of our rightful fees, we also need to educate them that prior to renovation works, civil engineers should be able to assist in assessing the structural integrity of their building. Then, what is the competition like? Now, here comes also another problem. Of course, there are engineers who are lowballing their fees, and that is affecting the practice of structural engineering as a whole. Okay, so of course there exists a competition in the industry, but some are competing unfairly to others. Okay, and that is disrupting our whole practice. Okay, how will your business fit in the market? So of course, we are talking here about business because structural engineering is a business capable, because it is a service oriented, because it's a skills oriented specialization, a service oriented specialization. You are capable of providing business to consumers. Okay, of course, when you have already the knowledge, you have already the skills, you're now able to offer it to the market. Okay, so preparation, of course, in startup, preparation is always better than passion. It's just enough that you are passionate about engineering. You have to prepare. And how will you prepare? Okay, so of course, invest in yourself. You know that in engineering consultancy, in structural engineering, your best investment is yourself. Okay, your technical knowledge is your greatest asset. Yeah, as consultant, you should be knowledgeable in engineering materials, in theory, or in structural theory. You should be knowledgeable in structural codes. You should know what needs to be done. Okay, so in essence, technical knowledge is your greatest asset. Now, how will you gain technical knowledge? Okay, so of course you have to attend lectures, attend seminars, read books, okay, attend workshops. Okay, so you have to study, you pursue a master's degree. Okay, so that's how you improve your knowledge. And now, how will you improve your skills? Okay, just like what I've said, skills is applied knowledge. Okay, so you practice, you design, you design, you design. Practice, practice, practice. And of course, lastly, you have to meet new people. Why? Even if you are the best structural designer, even if you have flat one, or even if you have 100 in concrete, in steel design, in theory of structures, if nobody knows you, they will not be asking you for your services. So what I'm trying to say is that if you are not known, if you are not engaging, if you are not talking with other people, if you are not networking with other professionals, then no one will know you, no one will ask, or no one will ask for your services. So you have to meet new people also. How you meet new people? You attend symposiums, you attend conferences, you network with other professionals, you build a good reputation for yourself. Okay, so number one yan, pag nagsisimula kayo, in structural engineering, your first 5 years is your stepping stone in your structural engineering career. So wag na wag kayong papasira dahil kapag nagpasira, mabilis lang kasing kumalat ang kasiraan sa industriya natin. Okay, so I hope you like my presentation for today. That's it for the structural engineering, and I hope you are encouraged and at the same time you are inspired. And of course, you are motivated to do something in order for the structural engineering community or structural engineering practice to not be devalued. Okay, so if of course lahat naman tayo makikinabang if we adhere to the rightful fees of a structural engineer, if we adhere to the ethical and to the standards of a structural designer. Okay, so thank you very much everyone for inviting me, and if should you have any questions, I think we have time for a Q&A.
Yes, thank you, engineer. I thank you for that relevant talk, Engineer Kimwell. I have learned a lot in structural engineering. Like there's a need in structural engineering because we design buildings or structures that can resist in its design loads using the existing materials we have. And we design these structures with the most economical design that does not compromise its structural integrity. And I also learned, Engineer Kimwell, that as a young professional that will enter the industry, we must avoid of being exploited.
And I am sure that the participants also learned and are now ready to ask questions regarding our topic. Kindly send your queries in the chat box below by first stating your name and school, followed by your questions. Engineer, meron rin po palang mga questions from Google Forms po na ni-register nila, and ito po yung una. I'm still stuck on I'm still stuck between getting a major in structural and CEM. I would love to have a firm for the future. What would be the best track to choose between these two? Thank you.
Hi, so thank you for that question. Of course, if you ask me, I'll be biased because I'm a structural engineering practitioner. Okay, so I do not want to talk negatively about another specialization, but of course, I want to talk positively about structural engineering. Okay, so if you're come again, what does she want in the future? Ano nga ulit yun? Sorry. Ano yung gusto niya mangyari in the future? I was lost in...
Firm po. Gusto niya pong magkaroon
firm.
ng firm.
Okay, so in structural engineering kasi, so once you have the right skills or once you have the right skill set, once you have learned the right skill set, which you will traditionally you will acquire by working for somebody else for the first, say, perhaps 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, so pag nakakuha ka na ng skills na yun, you are now ready to do freelancing work. And when you are doing freelancing work, kapag dumarami yung clients mo, okay, so of course, siyempre, through time, dadami yung clients mo, dadami yung mga nagpapadesign sa'yo, dadami yung mga pinapagawa sa'yo. You are now ready to hire people. Okay, so by that time, you will grow. You will go from your freelancing work to hiring people, and by ultimately to for it being your business. So first, structural engineering is a great track also for doing business and for having a firm in the future. Okay. So CM, ganun din naman. Of course, prior to maging project manager, you have to develop your skills first. And so both tracks naman are capable of having your own firm in the future. But of course, project management kasi is a very different specialization, and I'm not a good person to talk about that. But for structural engineering, okay, if aside from having that firm, aside from yung kagustuhan mo na magkaroon ng firm, is it also that the thing that you like to do at the for the rest of your life? Okay, so you have also to consider that yung bagbag structural engineering, yun ba yung gusto mong gawin, or are you enjoying seeing the things that you have designed come to life? Okay, so for some people, it is a great sense of achievement if they are able to see from the drawing board, tapos nakita nila nakatayo na yung dinesign nila. For some people, that is so it depends on your motivation in life. It depends on what things you like. It depends on how you want to see yourself several years from now. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Engineer Kimwell. For the next question, we have, what are your tips or advice for those students who will pursue their courses as structural engineering?
Okay, so first, in structural engineering, your technical knowledge is your greatest asset. Okay, so sa ngayon kasi nasa school ka pa, your objective is to gain as much knowledge. Okay, paglabas mo kasi sa school, ang dine-develop mo skills na. Okay, yun ang kaibahan kapag nagtatrabaho ka na. So pag nasa school ka, knowledge. So my advice is, of course, you have to pass your subjects. Not necessarily 100, not necessarily you have at the top of your class. But the most basic is that you have a good understanding of the behavior of concrete. You have a good understanding of steel. You can design reinforced concrete beams. You can design structural steel members. So provided you have learned something from your courses, and that is already a good foundation. And then ultimately kasi pag pumasok ka na structural engineering firm, mabubulaga ka na ibang-iba pala yung pinag-aralan mo doon sa practice. Masyado palang basic yung mga pinag-aralan mo. Pag nasa practice ka na, marami ka pang matututunan kapag nag-work ka na sa structural engineering firm. Mas exciting yung mga dinidesign mo, mas kakaiba. So, ma-realize mo, napaka-basic lang pala ng mga problems ni sir nung... No? So, the very important thing is you have a good foundation of those knowledge.
Thank you po, Engineer. And for the next question po, what do you think are the softwares that we need to learn as incoming fresh graduates so that we can be prepared po?
Sa totoo lang Sa totoo lang, ito sinasabi ko dito sa mga hindi software kailangan mong matutunan. Why? Kasi software is a tool. Ang kailangan yung matutunan is how to program yourself. Okay? Why? Ako, most of the things that I have been doing, most of the things I've been designing are using the spreadsheet I develop from my own. Because kasi hindi ibig sabihin na marunong kang gumamit ng, for example, STAAD, ETABS, SAP 2000. Those are the most common structural engineer softwares right now in the market. So yeah, STAAD, ETABS, MIDAS. Hindi ibig sabihin na marunong kang gumamit ng software na yon ay naiintindihan mo yung results ng software na yon. So as structural engineer, you should be able to identify or to assess, number one, tama ba yung input mo? Number two, tama ba yung process na gina-apply mo? Number three, tama ba yung output mo? Okay, so in essence, yung mga tools kasi na yan, softwares na yan, madaling matutunan yan sa totoo lang. It's very easy to understand them. But of course, yun yung kaibahan ng isang iba yung magkaiba kasi yung natuto ka sa software, yung sa alam mo kung bakit ganun yung output ng software. So, ang lagi kong ina-advise sa students, hindi mo kailangang pag-aralan STAAD, ETABS, SAP. Kailangan pag-aralan paano ka gagawa ng program, mag-design ng beams using Excel. Paano ka gagawa ng program, mag-design ng beams using column. Kasi yon, mas idadalin ka nun sa malayo. Kasi pagdating mo sa actual, ma-realize mo na yung mga yun, tools lang yung mga yon. As tools, the mastery of a tool depends on its user. So kung ano lang yung alam mo, hanggang dun lang yung output na ibibigay sa iyo ng tool. Okay, so mas important sa akin yung ina-advise ko. So when I was teaching, yun yung final output ko. Students should be capable of programming their own structural design spreadsheet. Mapa-design ng column yan, design ng beam yan, design ng retaining wall. Kasi kapag nakagawa ka ng program nun, ibig sabihin, naintindihan mo yung process, naintindihan mo kung paano design yun ng manually. Eh kung pinag-aralan mo kagad yung software, hindi mo naman naintindihan kung bakit apat yung beam, kung bakit yung bakal ng cantilever nasa taas, bakit yung bakal ng fixed beam nasa taas din. So it's useless.
Thank you, Engineer Kimwell. So for the next question we have here, what safeguards do you use to avoid mistakes in your job, and how do you handle instances when the project didn't go as planned?
Sorry, medyo nagka-chat. Ano yan, sir?
What safeguards do you use to avoid mistakes in your job, and how do you handle instances when the project didn't go as planned?
Hi, that is another great question. First, number one safeguard, structural designers are human. So it means as human, we are capable or we are capable of committing mistakes. In fact, even the best structural engineering firms, may mga mali sa plano nila. So lahat yan, wala namang perfectong plano. Now, how do you avoid that? Avoiding is, honestly, you cannot really avoid it as much as kahit perfectionist ka. There are minor errors that cannot be seen or can be only seen. So, as for us, we always try to minimize those errors by having what we call a process of peer review. Okay, so sa firm ko kasi, I have associates. Okay, so my associates provide structural analysis calculations, and then all plans prior to printing will be submitted to me. And then I will be the one who will be doing peer review. And then so i-peer reviewin ko yan, pag na-peer review ko na, ibabato ko na sa mga associates ko. And then yun, so tapos pag na-correct nila, peer reviewin ko ulit. Then when everything's okay to me, doon na papasok yung blueprinting. Now, for the next part of the question, how do we handle instances na parang hindi nasunod yung everything's not going to as planned? Actually, it happens. That is, as structural consultant, your job is to stick to the project. Hindi ka pwedeng consultant ka tapos ikaw yung biglang biglang mauna pang mawala sa project. Structural consultant, you should be able to have the technical knowledge and skills of providing remedial measures or providing corrections to what has been already implemented. Say for example, nagkamali ka ng design ng beam, kulang yung nalagay mong bakal. Now, anong gagawin mo? First, magre-retrofit ka ba? Number 2, magre-evaluate ka ba ng calculations? Number 3, perhaps you can do live load reduction. Okay, so those are the techniques that when you do a go to a structural engineering, you will understand. Pwede pala tayo mag-perform ng live load reduction. Pwede, ito yung factor of safety. Pwede pa ba natin itong taasan? So you will realize some of those things. Now, aside from the things yun, as structural consultant kasi, you are an eater of stress. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that stress is your breakfast. As structural consultant, you will expect that contractors will call you every now and then for problems on their side, because that is your job. As consultant, it is your job to provide consultancy and to provide technical services to our clients. So basically, your job is a problem solver. So basically, problems are the things that you just ate. So dapat, kumbaga, later in life, siguro if you engage first few years for consultancy works, culture shock. Kasi lahat ng problema nila, ultimo maling buhos. Sir, nagkamali po yung size ng footing. Yung mga smallest of the problems you will encounter. And aside from the technical knowledge, you should be able to have fortitude. Fortitude is a virtue of strength of mind. That means you are able to face adversity with courage. Okay, so of course, that's my advice. Develop technical knowledge, and of course, fortitude.
Thank you po. And for the next question, what challenges does structural engineers encounter in a project at this time of pandemic? What challenges does structural engineers encounter in a project at this time of pandemic?
Okay, so structural engineers kasi usually we can work remotely. Okay, so for instance, contractors, kahit hindi ka pumupuntang site, okay nga lang eh. Why? Because technology nowadays, you can do video conferencing. Okay, so contractor can send pictures of what. So basically, I have me personally, I am a consultant of a 4-story hospital in Davao Dipolog. So during the time of pandemic, hindi talaga makabiyahe. Okay, so but the construction continued smoothly up until now, up until natapos siya, I think 4 or 5 months ago. Okay, so communication is still there. So perhaps the biggest hurdle and biggest challenge is communication. But thankfully for the technology nowadays, it's not much of a challenge. Okay, so even if you are not physically on site, there are still things that can be done, or you can still have access, or you can still have view of what was happening on site, or what's the problem encountered on site.
Thank you, Engineer Kimmel. And for the next question po, what does it feel to be a top-notcher in the board exam? Did it open a wide variety of career opportunities for you?
Yes, actually, if you're actually not just a top-notcher, if you even if an ordinary passer already have a lot of job opportunities, because nung time na yon, nauna pa nga nagkatrabaho sa akin yung mga other friends ko who passed the board exam. Of course, there are advantages if you are a board exam top-notcher. Like for example, it is easier for companies to choose you over other candidates, and of course, as top-notcher, you have much higher salary offers, especially to consultancy firms, where some consultancy firms favor Latin honor graduates and some consultancy firms favor top-notchers. But does not mean that if you are not Latin honor grad, or if you are not top-notcher, you will be able to fit. They just have a favor towards those, because you can understand, because they favor those already who have advanced knowledge, or a good knowledge in the field.
Thank you, Engineer. For the next question po, what is the most common error in structural designing? Is there any?
Common error in structural designing, as ano kasi, ang common errors lang naman dyan, labeling, ganyan. So, for example, of course, you will label beams, and commonly kasi sa drafter mo na yon, sa ano mo na yon. So, pag nag-design ka kasi, halimbawa sa amin, meron kaming mga CAD operators. So meron kaming mga detailers. So commonly ganyan. So yung mga text. So commonly sa detailing. Sa structural designing naman, actually hindi siya common error pero for example, inputting parameters, seismic parameters, the encoding material properties, ganyan. So those are just some structural designing problems but those are very, very minor. Most problems happen on site. Most structural detailing kasi designing. Pag na-issue mo na kasi yan kay kay contractor, meron pang mga bago i-implement kasi yan. So meron muna silang ding magre-review doon. So may nagre-review na sa inyo, lalo na kapag malalaking projects yan. So meron din silang mga in-house structural designers who are tasked to review what has been provided. Yan.
And thank you po, Engineer Kimwell. For the next question po, ito gusto ko rin po itanong tayo. Where can we buy po the CE Review Black Book and when will be the Red Book be available?
Yung Black Book kasi right now, naghahanap ako ng kasi nagsara yung dati naming publishing house. So due to the pandemic, nagsara siya. So I'm in talks now with a different publishing house. Meron kayong mabibili ngayon sa Shopee, however fake kasi yung mga yon. So ingat lang kasi meron when you Google Black Book or my name in Shopee, Lazada, may makikita kayong mga books doon. They are selling as high as 900 pesos. SRP of that 2 years ago is just 500 pesos and they are selling 1,000, 1,200. But those are fake books because there is no book in circulation right now of my book. We're in talks right now, so the target release is perhaps May or April. And for the Red Book, ito hindi namin talaga siya minamadali because we want to give also practical knowledge also to but it's been 3 years already in the making, so I'm expecting that it's already on its last topic, which is pre-stressed concrete design. So if pre-stressed concrete design will be written on this month, perhaps on the May or April it can also be released. But if you don't mind, if you're interested in my book, you can please like my page. It's Civil Engineering Review Black Book. And I'm posting updates there, and hopefully you can like it so that I can share to you possible release dates.
Thank you po, Engineer. And for the next question po, what do you think will be the innovations in terms of structural engineering?
Ngayon maraming innovations sa structural engineering. First, yung mga sa structural designing. Structural designing kasi ngayon, maliban doon sa nabanggit ko kanina, design against progressive collapse, we also have a performance-based design. A performance-based design is not already code-based. Kasi pag pumunta ka sa code-based design, may limit lang sa height. For example, a dual system, if I'm not mistaken, is just limited to 50 stories. Okay, so meron height limit sa NSCP 2015 for a particular dual system. So what will you do if you exceed that height? So now we have those performance-based design. Tapos another innovation is the use of seismic isolation systems. So this one was already done in De La Salle University. One of their buildings was seismically isolated. So seismic isolation system reduces the damage to buildings perhaps from minimal to none. So malaki yung reduction ng base isolation system like and also there are also belt truss systems. So ang daming innovations ngayon, and it's very exciting to learn about these innovations. For example, performance-based design pa lang is already a 2-year course in AIT. AIT yan yung dito sa Asia, yan yung katumbas ng MIT sa US. So AIT is in Thailand. So yung ano pa lang na yun, 2 years mong pag-aaralan, yung performance-based design pa lang na yun. Sa code-based design kasi natin, yung pinakamalaking basement nasa ilalim, ground, second floor level. Pero sa performance-based design, pag mga tall buildings, yung basement niya minsan papalo sa malaking shear, minsan papalo sa gitna, minsan nasa middle, lower 1/3. So yun. So ang daming ngayon, ang daming Ang daming new techniques in designing, ang daming new methods. It's very exciting right now in structural engineering. Maliban doon, mga materials. Yun, meron ngayon yung fiber reinforced concrete. Yung concrete mismo binabakal, meron siya mga rebar strips or meron siya mga minuscule fibers which improves its tensile strength. So ang dami ngayon, meron ngayon yun nga yung carbon fiber reinforced, yung post-tensioning of structural steel. So sa materials din, ang daming innovations na lumalabas. So yun, it's very exciting right now in the field of structural engineering.
Yes, thank you po, Engineer Kimwell. For the last two po, how long does it take for a building to be planned and constructed? How challenging are the computations or the mathematics involved in this project?
Okay. So firstly, ako nung nag-umpisa ako, that was I think 2013 ako eh. So ilan yan? 8 years ago perhaps. Nung nag-umpisa ako, when I'm designing a two-story house, ito mabot ako ng 2 weeks. So two-story house 'yon. Ngayon, with the use of the softwares I've developed and the techniques I've developed and the methods I've developed, a two-story residence can be finished in 2 hours. So of course, it depends on how. That's why yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na bagong software, pag-aralan niyo yung making your own spreadsheet, ganyan, on how you make things faster on your side. Because I'm sure if you heard the story a while ago, you're not being paid on how fast you did your work. You're being paid on the time you take. So for example, there was this story about a mechanic who charged $100,000 for just a 1-minute work. You're paid on the knowledge you acquired to do the work in less than an hour or in less than a minute. Parang ganun. So yun, how long? Basically, ganun katagal. No? So of course, it depends on the complexity of the building. For normally 2-story, yan 3-story, yan kaya ng 1 day, ganyan. For tall buildings, yan 1 month. Okay, so for buildings that require performance-based design, yun, sometimes it takes months and years because there is coordination involved. Okay, so typically yun, when you're starting, perhaps 2-story residence will last a week, ganyan. But as you go, as you develop your own skills, as you develop your own methods, you will learn to do it in less than perhaps in 1 day or less than an hour.
Thank you, Engineer Kimwell. And for the last question po, what external factor do you think is the most important thing that a structural engineer must consider in every construction of a building? What external factor do you think is the most important thing that a structural engineer must consider in every construction of a building?
So external factor, I'm not really quite sure of the external factor. So I'll just answer based from what I understand. Okay, yung cost talaga. Cost, time, ganyan. So yun yung mga kailangan mo i-consider when you are structural designer. You cannot just give a structural design tapos pag kinompute it's over because there is a market price for things. So people are knowledgeable on the cost of buildings, ganyan. So practically external factor, if my understanding is correct to your question, it all boils down to cost.
So thank you, Engineer Kimwell, for entertaining the questions given by the participants. I am positive you have enlightened our minds exceptionally by sharing your insights concerning adversities that are to be encountered in our chosen path and field of work. And now let us proceed to the awarding of a certificate.
The Association of Civil Engineering Students proudly present our appreciation to Engineer Kimwell Suyat in sharing his valuable knowledge in today's webinar, EluCEdate Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering.
Given this fifth day of March, year 2022, signed by our department head, Dr. Emmanuel Ferrer, our section head, Dr. Edgar Aigaya, our ACES advisor, Engineer Jenny B. Siva, our ACES President, Reginald Bodegas, BSCSF 4A Class President, Charmaine Dumayago, and BSCSF 4B Class President, Quincy Valiente.
May we ask the participants to kindly open your cameras for our photo documentation?
Kindly turn your cameras on po para makapag-take na tayo ng screenshots. Thank you. Okay, first page muna. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next page. Open po kayo ng cam. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next page po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Keep smiling lang, sorry. Next page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, we're on last 2 pages po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, last page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much for your cooperation, guys.
Once again, thank you, Engineer Kimwell Suyat, for taking time out of your schedule to be the guest speaker at our webinar. Your enlightening and entertaining presentation on structural engineering helped us magnify our knowledge and insights.
For our next portion, a question and answer followed by the pinakahihintay ng lahat, ang raffle. Excited na ba kayo, guys? Type Y naman dyan. Excited na sila, partner. Tingnan mo.
Ayan. Excited na nga sila. So now, allow us to once again give the floor to our game masters.
Alright! Hello, CE mates! Gising pa ba ang lahat? Ayan, gising na gising sila, partner. Nagka-type Y na sila.
Naman, excited naman ako ng mga prizes ng ating mga participants.
Oo, partner. So, ano pa bang hinihintay natin? Simulan na natin tong Q&A na to. Pero bago ang lahat, basahin mo muna, partner, yung mechanics ng game.
Ang pangalan ng laro natin ay tawag ay Trivia Quiz. And ang mechanics nito ay, first, a trivia question will be presented on screen. Wait for the host to finish reading the question before you answer. Answers can be sent through the message box. The first participant to comment the correct answer wins. Wrong spelling will not be considered. Winners shall send their contact details to the organizers after the game. Yung price dito is 50 pesos worth of GCash credit. And also, lastly, hintayin nyo yung go signal namin before you send your answers. Tara na, partner, simulan na natin yung palaro.
Ayan, thank you, partner. Alam mo, partner, yung mga questions natin dito, napakadali lang. For sure, alam na alam to ng mga ka-CE mates natin. And no-brainer na to sa kanila. So, ulitin ko lang po, before you send your answers, hintayin nyo yung go signal namin. So, magsabi kami ng 1, 2, 3, go, then doon nyo lang i-send yung answers nyo. So, for our first question, what is the title of this 2-day webinar series? 1, 2, 3, go! May sumagot na. Kailangan ba, partner, buo talaga? Kailangan buo, no?
Ay, palaban yung isa, partner. Binuo nga.
Oo.
Tingnan na natin ang hatol ng technical team natin.
Ayan, check ng technical team natin kung sino yung nauna. Nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ayan. EluCEdate daw. So guys, send your answers na sa chat box.
Mukhang may winner na partner.
Ayan. So may winner na nga tayo na confirm na rin ng technical team natin. So reveal muna natin yung answer. So the answer for the question is EluCEdate, Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering. So congrats sa'yo, Angel Christine Malubag. Ikaw ang unang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ayan, congrats.
Congrats. Ngayon, tayo na sa second question. Second question. What civil engineering subdisciplines do our two resource speakers belong to? Again, what civil engineering subdiscipline do our two resource speakers belong to? 1, 2, 3, go. Type in your answers now. Paalala lang na yung mga nanalo na is di na sila mananalo ulit. Give chance to others naman.
Ayan, may mga sagot na sila, partner. Feeling ko na-excite na silang sumagot. May nauna atang sumagot kanina. Hintayin niyo po yung go signal namin, ha? Ayan, may sumagot. Transportation and Structural Engineering. Ayan. Ano kayang tamang sagot?
Ang tamang sagot dito ay Transportation and Structural. Sino kaya ang lucky winner natin for this second question? Mukhang meron na nga na-send yung technical team. The second winner is si Pabros Marini. Congrats sa iyo, Pabros.
Congrats, Marini. Okay. So, itong third question natin, partner, modified true or false to. So, kapag false yung sagot nyo, gets nyo naman yun, kailangan nyo i-provide yung correct answer. So, let's flash yung third question po natin. Buntun Bridge is the longest and tallest bridge in the Philippines. True or false? 1, 2, 3, go! Ayan, may mga sagot na sila. Mga palaban talaga yung mga ka-CE-mates natin, partner. Ayan, true. Ayan, may nag-false. Modified true or false po?
Sa mga sumagot ng false dyan, pakitype in kung ano yung tamang sagot.
May nag-maybe daw, hindi siya sure. Ayan, false daw, agas-agas. Ayan, yung mga nag-false, sayang naman kung false yung sagot. I-type niyo yung tamang sagot. Ayan, may Mukhang may nanalo na, partner. Okay, pa-confirm natin sa technical team natin. Ayan, false, Bikutang Bridge daw. O, palaban.
Palaban?
False daw because Marcelo Fernand Bridge is the longest bridge. Pero patanong, o ganon. Ayan, mukhang may nanalo na, partner. Nakikita mo ba yung nakikita ko?
Reveal mo ng tamang sagot, partner, para ma-check na natin.
Ayan, ipa-confirm lang natin sa tech team natin. Okay, i-reveal natin yung tamang sagot. The answer for the third question is false because the right answer is San Juanico Bridge. So, ang nanalo ay si Zyrel Faith Carbelido. Congrats, Zyrel! And to give you a brief background about San Juanico Bridge, this bridge is part of the Pan-Philippine Highway and stretches from Samar to Leyte across the San Juanico Strait in the Philippines. Its longest length is a steel girder viaduct built on reinforced concrete piers, and its main span is of an arc-shaped truss design. It has a total length of 2.16 kilometers, and it is the longest bridge spanning a body of water in the Philippines. Again, congrats, Zyril Faith. Zyril Faith pala. Ayan, congrats.
Tara na dun sa fourth question para mas marami pang winners ang ating mabigyan ng premyo. What is the tallest building in the Philippines? What is the tallest building in the Philippines? 1, 2, 3, go. type nyo na yung answers nyo. Baka manalo na kayo ng 50 pesos worth of
Oh, guys. Sayang 50
Pang-load din
pesos.
yun. Pang data din yun.
Yan, may mga sagot na sila, partner. Hintayin pa natin, baka may iba pa silang sagot. Grabe, si Aaron daw, secret daw yung sagot.
Damot. Madamot si Aaron.
Para musin ang sagot nila, partner, Grand Hyatt, Manila.
Pa-check muna natin sa technical team natin kung
May nakakuha na ba yung tamang sagot? Parang wala pa. Oh. So guys, send your answers na. Ayan, Metrobank daw. Yung kayang tamang sagot. Ano, partner? I-reveal mo ba yung tamang sagot?
teka lang.
Teka.
Mukhang nahihirapan hanapin ng technical team ang
Yung
yung
tamang
winner
sagot.
natin. Sino kaya ang nauna? At ano ang tamang sagot?
Tallest
Ulitin-
building in the Philippines. Ano ba yan,
Ulitin ko
partner?
lang yan. Yung mga nanalo na is big give chance to others tayo. Kaya kahit nauna kayo, sorry po. Pero iba naman. Mukhang may sinabi ng ating technical team.
Oo, partner, may nanalo na.
Ang sagot sa ating fourth question ay Metrobank Tower, Grand Hyatt, Manila. Ang fourth winner natin is si Purugan Kim. Yun. And eto lang para onting background lang about sa Grand Hyatt, Manila. The tallest building in the Philippines is actually a mixed-use complex comprising the Metro Financial Center, the 45-story Grand Hyatt Residence, and the 66-story Grand Hyatt, Manila. Yon, congrats sa'yo, Purugan Kim. Purugan and
Congrats,
Kim.
Kim. Ayan, congrats. So we are down to our last question. Ayan, last question na tayo, guys. What is the number of high-rise buildings completed and under construction that is at least 180 meters in height found in Metro Manila? 1, 2, 3, go! So, send your answers na, guys. Pwede mong hula. Kaya niyo yan. Oo, may sumagot na. O, hula pa, guys. May sumagot 83 daw, 157. Oh, may 4. May 69 daw. Ano yan? Ano, partner? May nanalo na ba? Hindi, may sumasagot pa.
Bigyan natin ng pagkakataon yung iba, no?
Ayan.
Kaya natin check ng technical team kung
May nanalo na.
talagang winner. Oo.
Grabe, pagmahal talaga. 140 daw. Grabe yung 32.2 na building. Ayan, partner. Ano? Reveal na ba natin yung sagot? Kasi mukhang may
Reveal na
nanalo
natin.
na eh.
Oo nga, partner. Mukha nga meron na.
Ayan. So, the answer for this last question, 83. Bale, 16 completed and 23 yung under construction or topped off. So, yung nanalo, yung nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ayan. Congrats kay Ana Daniela Luna. Ikaw yung unang nakatama. So, again, we will give you a brief background about that question. So, Metro Manila, the most populous metropolitan area in the Philippines, the state of government, and also the national capital region, is home to the tallest skyscraper in the country. The history of high-rise buildings in Manila probably began with the construction of the 8-story Manila Hotel in 1912, which is considered the first modern high-rise building in the Philippines. Currently, the region has over 180 total skyscrapers and little over 40 other buildings under construction. Ayon! Again, congratulations to our 5 winners. So sila Angel Kristen Malubag, Fabros Marini, Zaira Faith Carelido, Purungganan Kim, and Ana Daniela Luna. So you guys will get 50 pesos worth of GCash credit, and to claim your prize, kindly send the following details to the ACES FB page. So just type your name for the TUP students, year level and section. So from other schools, name of the university, then your GCash number and GCash account name, and the segment you've won. Just type trivia quiz. So ano partner, we're finally done with our trivia questions.
Congratulations sa mga nanalo.
And
At para ito na yung last part, yung hinihintay na lahat, yung raffle.
oh yes, partner, wag na natin patagalin pa.
Bigay natin ng
So let's give the floor to Miss Abby for the raffle.
Congratulations again to the winners from the segment Trivia Quiz. And so, here is our awaited raffle draw. So, sana nandito na lahat because if your name is chosen, you need to send a message in our chat box to confirm your presence. So, kapag wala kayo or walang chat, sorry na lang but we have to give it away to others by withdrawing. I repeat, pag tinawag ang pangalan nyo, please send a message, type present in the chat box for us to confirm that you are present in the meeting. No response means disqualification, so we'll have to remove your name and redraw. So, okay na ba? Natawag na ba mga ka-classmate na wala pa sa meeting? Sayang naman kung wala pa dito. So, I guess we're ready. Simulan na natin to. Let's spin the wheel. So, our first 3 winners will win 100 pesos worth of GCash credit. And we have our first name. May we call on Tinonga Leo Miguel. Tinonga Leo Miguel. Or Tinonga Leo Miguel. Nandito ka ba? Type present sa ating chat box kung nandito ka. Ako mukhang wala. Ay. Nandito ba siya? Mukhang wala siya. Sige, bilangan natin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sayang naman. Una pa lang, wala na agad. Sige, spin uli natin. Excited na yung iba. Gusto agad mag-countdown, no? Nandyan ba yung pangalan nyo? Ako, baka dito nag-register. Ayan, we have our second name. Art Andrew Rocamora. Art Andrew P. Rocamora. Are you here? Type present sa ating chat box kung nandito ka. Art Andrew Rocamora. Parang wala din so wala daw siya sa participants according sa ating technical team. So, spin uli natin. Ako, sana pangalan nyo na yung matawag, no? Yung mga nandito sa meeting. Pangatlong pangalan, Nicole Ann Villaflores. Nicole Ann Villaflores. Nandito ka ba? Baka may nakakakilala sa kanya. Nicole Ann Villaflores. Naku, sayang yung 100. Pang-load nyo rin yan. Naku, wala rin ata siya. Sige. Mukhang nagpapaubaya to para sa inyo, guys. So, sige, spin the wheel ulit. Para sa inyo talaga to, guys. Tiwala lang. Ayan, pang ilang ano na ba to pangalan? Mark Jason Flores. Mark Jason Flores, are you here? Type present sa ating chat box. I-send nyo rin na mamaya, tinype nyo na, tapos di nyo naman pala sinisend. Again, Mark Jason Flores, are you here? Oh my gosh, wala pa rin. Sayang naman. Nakita ko parang nasa 100 na lang yung participants natin dito eh. So sige, spin the wheel ulit tayo. Sana nandito na siya. Congratulations. Nandito ba si Darlene Ashley Jimenez? Darlene Ashley Jimenez, are you here? Wala pa rin. Sige, let's give time. Tinitignan din ng ating technical team kung nandito sila sa participants. At ayun na nga, wala pa rin siya. So, isa pang spin the wheel. Okay lang yan guys, ubusin na natin lahat ng pangalan dito. Ayan, another name, Jonaline P. De Los Santos. Jonaline P. De Los Santos. Mukhang nandito siya sa participants natin. Ang tanong, nakikinig ba siya? Gising ka pa ba? And ayun na nga, present siya. Yay! Congratulations for winning 100 pesos. O, di ba ganun lang kadali? Type lang ng present, may 100 ka na. So, let's go. One more time. Spin the wheel. Nakailang pangalan tayo bago siya, no? Para sa kanya talaga to. Sa pang pinagpala, Trisha Gina Peñalba. Trisha Gina Peñalba. Yon, kitang-kita naman, caps lock pa, oh. Present daw siya. Congratulations! At dahil present ka, meron ka ang 1 million pesos. Char, divided by 10,000. Congrats! At ayun na nga, sino pang susunod nating sasabihan ng congrats? Alam kong ready na kayo para sa susunod na spin, kaya paikutin na yan. Bali, pangatlong winner na natin to, no? Pangatlong mananalo ng 100 peso. John Francis Lopez. John Francis Lopez, are you here? Type present kung nandito ka. Mukhang wala siya. Ayaw magpatapos nung pangatlong 100, ah. Sige, spin the wheel ulit tayo. And we have another name here. Zaires Nicolas Miguel. Zaires Nicolas Miguel, nandito ka ba? Sana naman nandito na siya. Let's go, guys. At ayun na nga, wala pa rin. So sige, isa pang ikot. Pabawas ng pabawas yung pangalan. Mas lumalaki naman yung chance na matatawag kayo, di ba? Kung pwede lang, no? Kahit same name. So, nandito ba si Shelo Ace Kasauran? Shelo Ace Kasauran. Wala pa rin siya. Ano ba yan? Sige, isang ikot pa tayo. Ayan, sabi ni Katubay, I volunteer. Nako, kung pwede lang eh. Ayan, baka pangalan mo na to. Ay, hindi pala. Rose Ann Sapungan. Rose Ann Sapungan, nandito ka ba? Wala rin. Oh my God. Ilang pangalan pa ba ang tatawagin natin? Ayan. Sige, tiwala lang guys. Sana kayo na nga yung mabunot. So sige, spin the wheel ulit tayo. Kakilala nyo ba yung mga natatawag na pangalan? Tawagin nyo yung mga classmate nyo. Ayan, Angeline Regis. Angeline Regis. Ayan, nandito daw siya. Hello sa'yo, Angeline Regis. Nandito ka ba? Ayun, that's it. Nandito ang ating third winner. Kaya naman, tanggapin mo ang 100 pesos. Ayan. Nakatatlong winners na tayo. Pero guys, huwag kayong mawawala ng pag-asa. Lalo pat mas malaki ang susunod na prize natin. Makukuha ng 4th and 5th winner. Ika nga, last but not the least. So, kaya naman, let's spin the wheel. Bale, sa ating 4th and 5th winner, ang matatanggap nila ay 150 pesos. So, sino kaya kakakuha? Sana ba ito? Hayara Arnes Oliveros. Hayara Arnes Oliveros. Are you here? Ayun, nandito siya. Ang galing. Our first winner of 150 pesos. Congrats sa'yo. Nako, ito na ang last. Last na. Sana pangalan mo ng next na matawag as we spin the wheel. Ayan, nung 150, ano na, meron na agad ah. Parang ayaw nyo ng 100 ah. So sige, sino kaya to? Eloisa T. Eloisa T. Ah, nandito siya. Oh my gosh. Mag-present kaya siya? Eloisa T. Type present kung nandito ka. At kung naririnig mo kami. Present po. There we go. Congrats sa'yo. Ikaw ang huling mananalo ng 150 pesos. So again, recall lang natin ang mga nanalo for the raffle draw. For 100 pesos, we have Jonaline De Los Santos, Trisha Gina Penalba, and Angeline Regis. And for 150 pesos, we have Hayara Oliveros and Eloisa T. So, to claim your prize, ganun lang ulit, just send us your contact details, your name, year, level, and section, or the name of your university, and syempre yung GCash number din. Send it to our ACES FB page. So just search on Facebook, Association of Civil Engineering Students, TUP Taguig. Thank you!
Congratulations sa mga nanalo. And as we draw close to the end of this webinar, may I request our BSc ESEP 4A Class President, Ms. Charmaine Dumayago, for the closing remarks.
Ayun. So a pleasant afternoon to everyone who participated in this webinar. As we conclude the day one of our webinar series entitled EluCEdate, Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering, on behalf of our subject professor and ACES advisor who couldn't be here today, Engineer Jenny Siva, I would like to thank everyone who made this event possible, to our distinguished speakers, Engineer Joshua Joseph Rodriguez and Engineer Kimwell Suyat, who helped us learn more about the world of transportation and structural engineering, to our section head, Dr. Edgar Gaya, and our professors from Civil and Allied who are present here today, to the civil engineering students from TUP Taguig and participants from other schools that took their time to spend this afternoon with us, to TUPT ACES who made time to help us with this webinar despite their busy schedules, and of course to my fellow fourth-year students of BSc ESEP who worked very hard to make this webinar a success. It is our pleasure to provide avenues like this that will help you determine what path you should take in the future. We have finally reached the end of this webinar, and may I just say that we are very honored that you joined us here today. We greatly appreciate all the support and engagements that you all have contributed. Through this webinar, we have gained a better understanding about the different specializations of civil engineering, specifically transportation and structural engineering, with the help of our humble and kind speakers who took some time out of their busy schedules to eloquently elucidate the aforementioned fields. I'm sure that you have acquired a lot of new knowledge today, and there is indeed plenty of insights and torrent of ideas to reflect upon. And it may take you, I'm sorry, and it may take you a day or two, or maybe even longer than that before you can sift through all of them. But we hope that this webinar enlightened your minds in choosing your path and rendered some ignition to that burning passion within you as you make your journey towards becoming a civil engineer. So before I end this, I just want to remind you that our day 2 for this webinar series will be on Saturday, March 12 of 2022 from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., wherein the fields of water resources and geotechnical engineering will be discussed. Again, we wish you success on your future endeavors, and thank you and God bless Padayon Civil Engineers.
Thank you, Ms. Charmaine Dumayago, our BSc SEP 4A class president.
Before we part, we have some final announcements.
All participants shall fill out the evaluation form, which shall be given in the webinar's chat box. E-certificates will be sent to the email address you provided in the evaluation form. Participants can expect to receive the webinar's e-certificate after a week.
A reminder for the winners of the icebreaker and the games and raffle to message the Association of Civil Engineering Students, TUP Taguig, with your full name, year, level, and section, name of university, GCash number and account name, and the segment you've won to claim the prize.
And once again, let me announce the list of winners for our icebreaker and trivia quiz and the raffle. For the icebreaker, we have Paul Christian Loreto, Ronron G. Layson, Valdez Andrea, Manuel Gonzalo, and Coordinator Kevin. For the Q&A, we have Angel Kristen Malubag, Fabros Marini, Zaira Faith, Carelido, Parungganan Kim, and Ana Daniela Luna. For the raffle, we have Jonalyn De Los Santos, Trisha Gina Peñalba, Angeline Regis, Hayara Oliveros, and Eloisa T. We should also give our warmest gratitude to the TUP Taguig ACES for helping us promoting this event.
This marks the end of EluCEdate Journeying the Realm of Civil Engineering Day 1, Transportation Engineering and Structural Engineering. We hope that everyone enjoyed their time.
Please like the ACES FB page and stay tuned for further announcements regarding the Day 2 of our webinar series.
Again, thank you for joining us for today's webinar. My name is Josephine T. Panyebe.
And I am Romel Campos,
your host for today's webinar. We hope you enjoyed and learned a lot. Stay safe, sanitize, hydrated, and God bless. Padayon Engineers! Thank you, guys!
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
BSc SEP 4A, please stay for photo op po. Thank you.